Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing, testing. Is that all loud? Is it loud enough out there? Vet tayo na oh. Vet tayo na oh. Hey, Spunky, move it up a little bit maybe. Maybe move it up. That's how loud it'll go. Who's the sound man now? Hey? Oh, he's not here yet. Okay. My nephew. What? Okay. Andrew said it was 1 o'clock already. Let's get going it till. 4 minutes late now? Indian time, man. You should know better than that. We'll get going once Chief and Council get here, and I need to find an elder to open our meeting as well too. Hello, hello, good afternoon. Danielson. Hello, testing. Testing 1 2, testing. Testing 1 2. Testing. Ego say? Lopi beta ka na guys? Lopi. Testing 1 2 3. Ego say? A little better? Orville. Ego say. Thank you. I'll check that other one too. How? Daniel, stay there. Nima. Testing 1 2. That went loud. Ego say. Good afternoon. It is 1:18. We said we'd start a meeting at 1 o'clock, and if we get to 1:30, that'll mean we're starting this meeting on Indian time. We don't want to do that. We break that cycle today. So I'm going to ask James Dixon, former councillor. Can you come up to the mic here, sir, and give us let's have an opening prayer. For anything we always do, we always start our meeting with a prayer, and I'm going to ask former Councillor James to lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's all stand. I know we don't come and greet you all on this afternoon for coming to this meeting. Ayamihantan. Muhtaina semantu sigisiu kain naskumit na nuskai se wapat niya come together to discuss the nation's business. We just thank you, Lord. Minoini minya nuskai gisiga minibetagene. We ask, Lord, that you would take over this meeting. Lord, give us wisdom, understanding, knowledge. Okay, and this afternoon, bless all that are coming, bless those that are listening by TV or radio, and we just commit this meeting into your hands as we pray through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
And thank you, James. I'm going to give you the rundown of our agenda for today, folks, okay? We did our opening prayers. We're going to have our opening remarks from leadership. And the agenda is as follows: the 2021 and 2022 audit. We're also going to have some updates on the Health Center of Excellence, the Rossville School remediation, 2 mile and 8 mile remediation, fiber project, business center, and other projects and initiatives. So that's our agenda for today. So I'm going to ask our council members to start, and I'll start from way down at the end of the table to my left. I want to ask Councillor Ed to come up and do his comments, opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Eguse, Danse, good afternoon. Then ask one Gibiratig to listen to our report for the first part of our areas, what we've been working on. And I hope you guys have questions, of course, and get the answers we'll try and give you the answers that we have here, and I hope you guys have be respectful with our community here. To ensure that we're trying to work together as a team here, and I want to continue doing that with the community as well. Work as a team. Eguse, thank you all for coming, and Eguse.
Thank you, Councillor Ed. Is that sound? Are you the sound guy? Back there? Can you maybe put this up a little bit more? Testing. Hello. Anyway, I'm going to ask Councillor Dave to come and do his opening remarks as well.
Danke. Gedutamiskat na nista Dave Swanson dis negasun das skinimek. Genas komit na tages no gatagusnek. Tenas komit na gabe dostie gabe dostame gabe gagitchige moyek. Tabe yusa nistan gage kane mutamag ke gono nistan tabe vistamag isa ke gono magatus katamag. Kikono magawi kagawa basnuyak, kikono matiga niskaya gutese newaskik, dati kano abastigate gisa gatus kachigate, chigema tabe kikono ta adisasay kayasno daw situs kachigate, nisnane minaskina mo agok, uga negagi pe majestachig hogekona, kagi pe wana stachig agi stachig, kusama dati astag nisna dati tuskata magigane. Utesi niganik, tapos egane niya. Agana naskuman, tayo panik, nista tabinigawiag madatos kat tamag, eganuhanim. I just want to welcome you all. I'd like to thank the people that are here to come and ask questions, to come and listen, to come and, if there's any concerns that you may have. In regards to the work that's happening, that we're doing. Certainly we welcome the opportunity to answer any questions. We welcome the opportunity to report to you the things that we will be working on, the things that in the next 4 years, the things that we will be focusing on. So we look forward to all of you having, saying questions and anything else that we might be able to do here. Thank you very much. So I'll have a good meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Dave. Councillor John Henry Jr.
Good afternoon. Our meeting, first public meeting for our term. I know there's going to be more. We want to be open, dialogue, to have questions for us, always be. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be at the office kape and try and work with people, with leadership in our services. There's a lot of needs in the community, housing, but I'll bring that up in our report. Just wanted to say I'm glad to see the elders and the people that are here and people listening out on the radio. It's important that we work together to strive for our communities at Tamanupanic in the next 4 years. That's the only way it's going to work, if we work together. It's talk to each other, listen to each other. Like I said, I'm always open. My number, I believe it's on the list there at work. So I get calls all the time, and I like to go on home visits too. That's the other thing. So especially housing, and CFS. That's my portfolios. Everybody have an enjoyable afternoon. Listen and ask questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Spec, the chief is getting a text that not hearing the meeting on the local radio. If you can get that, maybe turn up somehow, okay? Thank you. Councillor Orville, Abitag.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone here that have come to our first band meeting that we are having for the band membership, and rest assured there's going to be more of these, and we are going to be reporting everything that we've been working on since we got into the office March 7th. I'd just like to welcome everybody too out there on YouTube that are listening, and listening on the radio and local TV. Welcome, and I'm not sure if there's a number to call if somebody has a question out there that are not physically present, but we'll get that information to you once we find out the phone number to call. And we strive to work for the band membership for a better future, and housing is one of them, and There's some exciting initiatives that we are working on for the prosperity of the Norway House Cree Nation band membership, and we got to look at our youth to focus on employment and training programs that for the skills that we're going to be needing in the future. And we will be announcing those shortly, but all the building trades, carpenter, electrical, plumbing, those are the ones that are going to be greatly needed in the upcoming future. And, we can encourage our youth. University's not the end all and be all. Those kind of jobs pay well, and you can get into the Journeyman Red Seal programs, and you can take your ticket anywhere you want to go in Canada. So with that, I just welcome you all again, and anyone. Everybody's got zapped there, but by all means, we are open and transparent, and you can ask us any question you want, and I encourage that people ask questions. That's how you get answers. Egose, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apitagan. Councillor Anthony Apitagan will not be here today. He's in Winnipeg, Hagutsin Tansa, got a sick daughter. So I ask that you think of him and his daughter. She's going through some challenging times. My niece, and Councillor Dion should be here any time. And we'll get him to say his opening comments. But right now I'll ask our chief to make his remarks as well.
Fancy, ask one. Petaibanik, itape, itabmita, kayasa, biscuits kayasa spin. Umisgagi pe itabmit tota, tiskunagan. Mistahigi on base pano, tana, tiskunagan. Mistahigi on gipe nagiskeno. Mistahigi on minagipe hipianim pano. I've been gagi pe utgumahano yan 2018 osti. So last kuman tayo balik tapi itabmita. Nos at semua nisnan umagan sigagi pe so abastama nehigagi pe sa toskatama. So I just want to welcome everyone here today, that we had an opportunity to sit with you and to be able to share our side of the story, our side of the understanding that we have on what's been going on in Norway House for at least from 2018 until now. As you can see, we have a majority of new council that got elected into office in March, which I'm really proud of and very eager to work with. We have been waiting for quite a while now to stand in front of you or sit in front of you and to answer questions. We do have to follow, the rules. We have to respect the rules. So one of those rules was the appeal that took place by individuals on the election in March. So we followed the rules and the rights that we all have, and so they had the right to appeal, and which they did. Now, one of the other rights that people don't speak of is that we too had a right to appeal. And the only avenue we had to appeal was federal court, and we did that. So I have documents here that if anyone wants to read, wants to see what the judge ruled on that, we'll certainly provide those documents. One of those decisions was that the new appeal committee to be struck, to be appointed to rehear the appeals. So that's one of the rules, and that's one of the rules that we're following. So that's going to take place, I'm assuming, in the next little while. we don't tell people what to do, and we haven't told this new appeal committee what they should do. I would hope that from our experience, or your experience, the first appeal committee that was was appointed by previous chief and council, and that every year since 1998, chief and council appointed the appeal. So we're not changing. Why should we change something that's been used for so many years, so many times? Now going forward, we obviously have issues with the EPA. So I think as a community, with adults, we can design and develop and amend some of those issues that have been coming up. We have a huge news and information to share. You know, I've been involved in Norway House politics for far longer than I wish, but I started attending meetings when I was 18 years old, and there were a lot of meetings that were very hard. You know, as a councillor, I stood in front of 700 people, band members, to address some of their concerns. And we stood there and answered questions, stood there and took the heat. But I stood there. I didn't run away. I didn't go hide behind somebody's back. So I'm here to ask the members. I realize there's anger, there's animosity and concern, but we are adults, and I do think that as adults we can come to some type of an understanding. Now, we don't always have to agree, but at this point, our democracy should prevail. And democracy is we got elected leadership by the people, for the people. And we will try our hardest to be fair, to be equitable, and to be accessible. This nation that we call Norway House is probably one of the largest nations in the whole country as far as First Nations are concerned. And that in itself is something to be proud of. You know, I grew up with a family of 12 of us, my siblings and I, and we all live here. We all live in Norway House because we chose to live here. We chose to make Norway House our home. And that is not easy throughout the years. I've been ridiculed many times. But at least I know that those voices that are saying those hurtful things are hurting themselves. So I don't take it lightly, but I also don't take it personally. I know that my job as chief will eventually end. And I know as a person, as a band member, I will continue to live here in Norway House. And my hope is that when I'm out of this position, the person behind me or ahead of me, person ahead of me, will have a much better position to start with. Now I can get into those details, but I'd rather not. The other thing I really hope is that whoever takes on the role as chief in the future, they can rely on me to help them, advise them. So if you know when you start a new job, and anywhere you work, it's really good to have the person that was there before or that was working in the same area, same things as that. It's really helpful to be able to get moving faster and better. I unfortunately didn't have that luxury to be able to work with previous chief to help me understand what level they were at and where to start. But I'm thankful for some elders, some friends, family that stood by me and believed in me. Hence why Norway House has grown to what it is today. We reached a $300 million mark on our operational dollars. That's nowhere near anybody else's in this province. So when I was asked about a public meeting, am I nervous, am I concerned? I said, why would I be? This is my people. Where I am and where you are is what I would do every day of this job if I had that chance. There's a lot of information, but 90% of that information is good. The projects, the initiatives, the direction of the band. I know the majority of our community appreciate the hard work. I also know there's a percentage of our community that are concerned, are worried. And there's nothing wrong with that. And we will try to alleviate that concern to our best of our ability. But we will need to, again I say, trust each other. Now that's not easy in these days with social media. You know, one day, as you're sitting there scrutinizing, criticizing your leadership, put yourselves in our shoes. Imagine for 4 years to be lied about, accused, ridiculed, spiritually killed, and to be able to stand here in peace. Because I don't believe I did anything wrong. Because usually if somebody does something wrong, they're in jail. So I'm saying that now because we want to make sure that everyone here feels comfortable. Everyone here feels that they're a band member, that your opinion, your views matter. But like me, we're not always right. But we will try to answer the questions you have and follow the heart of the nation. Naskuman. Neo taga singit mami tenente noa altuskein. Tantega ostantio ostostian. Tantio namanista umoelaskai si mami tenente man. Und yemissigan. Und yemissigan et wabachten. Dwaba tenista itagagi mamanya. Nistagagi te. Inuegagi sensidotaman. Agonoma. It's been 2018, we had roughly 3 meetings a year. And they were I felt were good, productive meetings. People were informed, people were involved. There were some motions made by public meetings. Information was shared. But the pandemic hit this nation and the world. And many of the initiatives or things that were done in the province were done because First Nations, like Norway House, did what they needed to do to protect their people. So we became a very strong voice for the First Nations of this province through the actions of the community. You know, I want to take this opportunity to thank the pandemic team, made up Frida Albert, Florence Duncan, Loretta Bear, and Susie Albert. And there were many, many other people involved, but those were the 3 leading ladies. So I appreciate all their hard work. I want to thank them for making those tough decisions. But as in our culture, we listen to the females, we listen to the women. And those 3 ladies are our grandmothers, our sisters, our mothers. So I appreciate their help. There were times they wanted to run, were times where things got really heated, really difficult, and the easy one was closing Halloween, but finally we had one this past year. So we have a lot of things to talk about, lots of things to say. But now that I would like to say COVID is over, but as you guys all know, the news are starting to numbers are going again, which is not good. But we will hope that that the medical system or health system we live under in Canada can withstand the next wave and the next problem of COVID. After all, you beautiful people shouldn't be covering your faces. But we are happy to be here sitting in front of our First Nation membership. Just so you know, we're live on YouTube, so the whole world can see this. So just so you know, I have absolutely nothing to hide. You have a question, I have an answer. Now, sometimes I might not like your question, but sometimes you might not like my answer. But that's what maturity is. So we can sit here and talk like mature adults and inform our nation of things that are happening. And the most of all, the toughest job of any leader is to bring hope to their people. And it's even harder to do that for First Nation people because of all the things that we've gone through in the past. But I do believe we have a strong, good message to share, information to share, that our youth will be very happy to hear, that there's been work going on to improve our nation, to make things better. So with that, I thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to a good dialogue and good information sharing. Like I said.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to ask Councillor Dion come up and make his opening comments. He walked in a little late, so we don't want you to give us an excuse to give us a remark.
Thank you. Sorry, apologies for being late this afternoon. But I'm grateful to be here this afternoon just to come and greet and see everyone and to have a meeting for our first time as leadership, the newly elected leadership. It's a pleasure to work with every one of them and to be in the same office as every one of them. They're all very talented and very skilled in their backgrounds. But today, is a very big day for our nation, so I'm grateful. I'm grateful that we all can come together and kind of discuss the issues and the business of Norway Cree Nation. I'm grateful for a lot of the people that worked for us and worked with us over the last little while. It was a very difficult 2 years trying to navigate and trying to live in a community where we had so much restrictions. But Norway House has come out of it very successfully, and we've tried to do our best to address the needs of our community. And while trying to address the needs of the community, trying to protect our community, that wasn't an easy feat, and that was something, a very difficult question, a trick question somebody asked me at the mall when we got in 2020. Everything was closed, everything was shut down, and was at the store, and a young man came to me and asked me, "Dion, how does it feel to be a leader when the world is ending?" I said, "No way, it's not going to end at this time." And that's something I'm grateful for, that we came out of it, and with very strong people, very knowledgeable people, they helped us to keep our community clean and safe. I'm thankful for our health professionals that worked so hard, and for the people that did all the other jobs, working at the testing sites, going around doing security services. That was jobs that not everybody wanted to do, but there were certain people that stepped up. So I thank you for all the hard work that you did. There's a lot I want to discuss. But as we move forward tonight, I'm available for questions during the meeting and after the meeting or if you want to just send me a message, whatever you want to ask us, to ask your questions. Again, we're here today to sit in front of our people and to hear and to answer questions, whatever you may have. So today I'm very glad to be here and glad to see all the different faces. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Councillor. For the presenters, we're going to start the audit from 2021 to 2022. I asked if you can get the mic to kind of put the mic to your lips, because we need to hear you properly on the radio, right? Spec? Like I said, the radio, I guess, is having a hard time picking us up. So if speakers are going to speak, keys to all. Kiswagastag your mouth to the mic. Put your mouth close to the mic when you're speaking, so the public can hear you as well. And after the presentation of the audit, if people want to say comments or whatever, just give me a little wave from here. I'll put your name down. I'll just go as the people bring their hands up. So I guess, Mike, you're going to start that, I guess, eh? Maybe Clarence, if you can pick up that mic for, you come up here? Okay. Yeah, so if anybody wants to have any questions, just like I said, give me a little wave, I'll put your name down. Hubert?
Thank you.
You want to wait for the presentation first?
No. Much. I just got a question to ask. You wrote down in here the final decision on the election appeal that I put a file on November the 4th. I had 10 days for you. The decision is not going to be put forward until Friday. That's 14 days. But according to this paper here, it seems like it's a go-ahead. I don't agree with that, because you still have to wait.
Oh, keep that mic on. Just go. Oh, it's a battery. Hang on. Battery that's out of stock. Just go, Hubert, so people can hear what you're saying. Just go.
Be careful. He said, no? You're an elder, right? I'm going to need a still, man. They never did that from day one, Hubert. You even appointed the previous appeal committee in October. So what do you mean? So the new 5 are not good people? Is that what you're implying?
But
Anyhow,
these people that you hired are not all honest people.
So your
You
question.
put them in there in front of you and said, hey, we appointed you guys. Take a look at the list.
Have you read the final decision by the judge, Hubert?
It's not the final to decide, because I'm going to have to stand in front of them, and you know what's going to happen. They're not going to listen.
So you went to court, Hubert.
They're not going to listen. Who's your appeal lawyer now?
You went to court, Hubert, and
I know you went to court, but you paid
agreed.
using the band money. You went to court.
You agreed
How much did you waste?
to let the judge
$350,000
send the
to pay
motion
the lawyer.
back to have a
While I
new
use
appeal
my own money?
committee hear your appeal. That's what you decided. You agreed to.
Much.
Okay, mas negato.
but you used all your, you never even give me a chance to use my witnesses, my affidavit. You never give me a chance.
You heard?
Because you kept saying that I had to pay for the cost.
You were given a chance by the appeal committee to hear you and your
That is a
concerns.
full of shit.
You did. The 7 members. They heard your appeal. The trouble was that same appeal committee did not give us a chance to answer their questions.
I had a chance to come to the AO. It was written down in the AO. On your AO. The ban AO thing. You just don't never show up for anything anyway.
I don't think we would be where we are today if I never showed up for anything. So, as I was saying earlier, Mike, go ahead. The answer is the final decision is from the judge, not from the appeal committee. So that's what this is about, the judge's final decisions.
I think it's louder, that one.
Hello. Oh, that's loud. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Lee. I'm the CFO of Norway Cree Nation. I want to start off by thanking James Dixon for the prayer, as well as Chief and Counsel for an opportunity to present to the community members our financial statements and our finance update. I'd like to also start off by sort of saying how thankful I am for being able to work alongside the people in the community. My wife and I started our career up here. We lived in Norway House from 2013 when she was a young doctor in the hospital. And I was blessed enough to be able to work at CFS and work alongside some of you fine folks. So I do want to thank everybody here in attendance today for placing trust in us and being able to present our financial position and findings for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. I do apologize for having to be able to stand here and present as opposed to on the podium because we're having a bit of technical difficulties. Okay. Perfect. Meeting is not adjourned yet. We have some really good numbers to go through with community members, and I'm pretty excited to present our financial position as well as some of the other initiatives that we're going to be presenting, what lies ahead for Norway House. So as you guys walked in, I'm sure you picked up a copy of the presentation. If you flip towards the end of the pamphlet, you'll see the section for finance update. I have a copy on screen here, and I'll walk everybody through that, but if you're able to follow along as well, it would make a lot more sense. So, for the period ending March 31st, 2022, that fiscal year for Norway House encompasses April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. And in those 12 months, our membership and our community has went through several operational challenges, primarily to do with COVID. We were faced with heavy restrictions early on in the year, and as the year progressed, the restrictions were lifted, and we started to be able to meet again as a group, as a community, to work together to move our nation ahead. So over the last 12 months, we've been working very closely with Deloitte and Touche, or Deloitte, and they're currently our financial auditors. And the primary role for the auditors is they're there as an independent body to review all of our transactions through testing and procedure to make sure that management, which includes Clarence and I and the finance team, and all of the directors have accounted for all of the transactions and that we've been able to report it accurately in this report. So as you can see, if you scroll down, you'll see the independent auditor's report, and you can follow here. I have a little pointer. But this is what the independent auditor's report is. There's actually 2 or 3 pages to that, but we've pulled out the opinion. And the reason why we've pulled out the opinion is because that's probably the most important aspect of their audit report. And just to give our membership sort of context, it's about thousands of labor hours from both ends, the auditors as well as us as a management group, that have been poured into, that have been poured into not only producing the financial statements, but for them to conclude on an opinion. And I'm happy to report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, it's our 2nd year in a row that we've been able to complete the audit in a record time. We were able to complete this audit, I believe it was the end of July. July 26th was the audit report date. And our due date is, I believe, July 29th or 30th. So as an entity and as a community, if you stop to think about for a moment, our operating budget is, pushing 200 million soon. And we're supposed to not only report and account, but then the auditors are supposed to review that all within 120 days of our year end, which is March 31st. For any organization, whether you're a Fortune 500 company like Amazon or Apple, that pour billions of dollars into finance and accounting, that deadline is really tough to do. And for us as a community, we've been able to not only get a clean audit report for the last 5 years and counting, but we've been able to do it in a record time. And the reason why that's important is because it allows us as a nation to not only report accurately our financial position, but it also allows leadership to make informed decisions more timely. Because you ask yourself, what's the point of having a report if it's 6 months, 12 months dated? So the key is investing in not only our people and building capacity, but also putting together a team that we could quantify all the transactions, report on them accurately, and present that to leadership and our directors to make informed decisions. And by no way, we aren't perfect by any means, but we are striving for operational excellence. We are striving every day to make our operations more efficient, to make our reporting more timely, so that it allows our leaderships and our creditors and our stakeholders to trust us, so that we can, work with them to either take out positions to build infrastructure for our people, to lend us money so that at low interest rates, so that we can take on more projects to build a stronger nation for our people. And like Chief Anderson said it best, we as a group are trying to build hope and opportunity for our people. And by all means, we're trying our best to do that. So we'll dive into the actual opinion here, and as you can see, I'll read it out, that Deloitte, they have audited the consolidated financial statements for Norway House Cree Nation, which comprises of the consolidated statements of financial position, which is the balance sheet as at March 31st, 2022, and the consolidated statements of operation, also known as the income statement, the change in accumulated surplus, change in net debt, and cash flow for the year then ended, as well as the notes of the financial statements. And in their opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the entity ending March 31st, 2022, the results of its operations, and the change in net debt and cash flow for the year then ended is in accordance with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards. Yeah. Sorry. Of course. So, as you can see, that is a clean audit opinion, and that's what we work so hard to achieve. And as I mentioned to Chief, a lot of people don't know how much work goes into getting that opinion. There are thousands of labor hours that go to that. So if you scroll down into the actual page, I know it's not on screen yet, but everyone should have a copy. You'll see that our the bottom there, it's going to be our balance sheet. It shows the nation's cash position, assets, liabilities, changes in, as well as the accumulated surplus on the balance sheet. Yeah. The balance sheet is a very important spreadsheet or report because it talks about the nation's liquidity and financial position. I'm just going to make this smaller so you guys can see it. Before we started, before I was involved with Norway House, and you can go back to previous reports, the nation has always been in their line of credit. April 1st, within the first month, I believe they were already in their line of credit. And since we've been working as a team and with leadership, we actually have cash in hand, and they were not in our line of credit. And we haven't had to tap into that over the past 24, 36 months as far as I can remember. And that's a good sign because you don't want to start off the year in debt in your line of credit because you're always playing catch up. For the year ending March 31st, you can see our total assets are about 38 million, $6 million improved from the prior year. We have $17 million in cash and about $10 million in AR. Our AP, or liabilities, our overall liabilities have come down by about 4 million. But the key takeaway from that is actually our long-term debt. If you think about it for a moment, that's been reduced by about 3 million in the prior year when we've been able to move the nation forward with all these projects without increasing our overall long-term debt, right? If you think about if you're buying a car and you're making payments, that drives up your debt. So as a nation and as leaders, how do you move the nation forward while maintaining and controlling your debt load to a manageable level? And that's really challenging to do, especially for all you members know that Norway House has always been plagued with heavy debt loads. And that's been sort of my priority with leadership is to how do we control or manage the debt payments while providing opportunity for future projects to move the nation forward. Our trade payables, that's short-term debt. It's things that are due within 12 months, and there's a timing difference with that. So it really depends on what sort of activities we're taking on throughout the year. So that number will fluctuate up and down depending on what comes in, what comes due over the next 12 months. And that's the same with our AR. But our takeaway is that our overall debt load's down and our long-term debt's down by about 3 million. Another important note to notice is that look at our assets. That's grown by over 60 million. So if you stop to think about for a moment, we've increased our tangible capital asset base by 63 million while reducing our debt load by 3 million during a period that's been very challenging for us through COVID as well, with all the additional extra needs from the community to make sure that our community is safe. So the balance sheet, we're not out of the woods yet because normally a strong balance sheet, you'd have a one-to-one coverage between your total assets and your liabilities. As you can see, when we started even back in 2018, this ratio was completely distorted. We had banks that weren't willing to work with us. We had RBC fleeing and BMO coming. But we've worked really hard to preserve our ratios, and we've worked really hard to regain the trust of our stakeholders, like our banks, who play a very crucial role with making sure that we have enough cash to meet our short-term debt obligations. Accumulated surplus, and I'll speak to that in more detail later, but that's about 237 million to date. So if you take a moment to believe, that number is essentially the accumulation of all deficits and surplus since Norway House was created when this was tracked. And at first glance, that seems like it's a healthy number, but don't forget, we haven't amortized $290 million worth of assets. So when I flip to the income statement and people are asking, well, there's a massive surplus, why don't we have all this cash on hand to spend? Well, it's because it's tied up in capital assets. And the way the accounting rules work is we can't expense those assets into our income statement until they're either being used So therefore, you're not going to see an expense line item. So if we amortize that all, we'd actually have a shortfall in cash of about 60 million, roughly, and that's what explains the debt. If you take our cash plus the debt that we've taken out, we've been able to finance our overall tangible capital assets, as well as this would be sort of a break even, so to speak. Moving on to the income statement. It's probably in 2 more slides down, actually. In your handout, you'll notice there's an excerpt or a diagram about our revenue growth since 2018. And you can see that 2023 will even be a stronger year, but the period ending in 2022, we've had I'd say about a $25 to $30 million injection of extra revenues that we've been able to work with leadership to create and bring into the community since then. And as Chief had alluded to earlier, for the year ending 2023, we're going to have even more revenues to report. And if you take a moment to think about where our nation has been and where it's going, we've been able to produce and push the envelope with funding through proposal writing, through lobbying for additional funding, through building economic development, and our revenue base is going to be close to $250 million before you know it. And that's huge. That speaks about the volume of dollars flowing through the community and the opportunity that it has for our people to take advantage of. If you scroll down, you'll see the income statement. You can see that in the 12 months we collected $161 million, up from the prior year of 147. Major areas of our revenue are ISC at 111 million, up from the previous year. Our VLTs are up as well at 15 million. Our own source enterprises generate about 7.6, and CMHC is the last major contributor to revenue source. If you go down to the bottom and look at our expenditures, we were able to report and expend 146 million for that year, leaving a surplus of about 65 million. And I'll explain that in detail in 1 second. The big sections for expenditures are our education, where we spend about 35 million, up from 31. Healthcare and social services are at 15 and 14 million dollars respectively. Our VLT operations, majority of them are payouts, is at 13. Band supports at 12.8, PDCs at 10, public works at 8.8, and our enterprise at 8.1, and housing's at 5. So I think coming into this meeting, the biggest question that everyone will have is the surplus that is sort of floating around out there, that Norway House. It's always good to see a surplus. You don't want to see a massive loss. But I also find it hard to explain to our members and to people and our stakeholders, when we do have a surplus, what does that mean? Because a lot of this, there's restrictions on the accounting and how we account for these transactions that sort of give off the illustration that we have $65 million of cash to spend. It's not necessarily true, because I'll break it down to the most basic example. When we buy a car, like an asset, we spend $50,000 of our money to buy that asset. But the accounting rules don't allow us to expense $50,000 in that year. So in your bank, you've spent $50,000, but on the income statement, you're showing zero expense, or maybe a fraction of that. And it's because the accounting rules require us to expense that asset over the useful life. So if it's $50,000 and you're supposed to expend it over 5 years, you can deduct 10 grand a year. So then, in paper, it looks like you have a $40,000 surplus, when in fact you spent the $50,000. You have $0 in cash left, but on your income statement it shows that you've only spent $10,000 on a vehicle that year. So that's what essentially this surplus is. It's all of the capital assets that we bought throughout the last 12 months, and we haven't been able to amortize any of it. For example, the hospital. 47 of the 64 million is related to the hospital, and the accounting rules don't allow us to expense any of that until it's operational. So, I'd say more than 2/3 of that relates to the hospital. Same with the COVID domes. Those are assets that we can't expense yet, that haven't hit our income statement, or only a portion of it. And then the $14.8 million surplus, majority of that relates to assets that we've acquired that we could not expense. So, in the most basic terms, our cash position is at a break even. We haven't touched our line of credit, which is good. And I just saw a celebrity walk in. And yeah, we haven't touched our line of credit, which is a safeguard for the community. Because if you go back to previous years, and probably before my time when the band couldn't make payroll, they've exhausted their line of credit. We still have that well preserved for our nation in case of emergencies. So that's sort of in a nutshell, both the balance sheet presentation and the income statement presentation. Sort of the big takeaways are our cash flow is healthy. We have just enough cash to meet our short-term and long-term debt obligations. And we're still working continuously with leadership to try and get more funding through economic development, or more funding through ISC, or more funding through proposal writing. So I am excited of what the next year brings, because there's a lot of opportunity that if we work together as a community with leadership and with the management, Norway House can, we can push the envelope. In your pamphlet, you'll also have an update on the taxation section. And for most communities, most members don't think about tax because as a nation we are tax exempt. But it still doesn't relinquish our responsibilities on filing our taxes, even though it's a nil return, or applying for rebates. And over the last, when we got in 2018, our team has filed hundreds, if not thousands, of tax returns to catch up on corporations that we've established that just haven't paid that haven't filed taxes, that had impacts on our operations, and they'd have impacts on our GST rebates, on our fuel rebates. So I'm happy to report that that is caught up. Another big win for our nation is this payroll levy. So our payroll, since we've started, have, I think, almost doubled, if not tripled, which means that we're putting people to work. But the provincial government, the province of Manitoba, there's something called a health and post-secondary education tax levy on payroll expenses. And as a nation, we've exceeded that. I think payroll has to exceed $1 million per payroll, and the province would levy this tax. They were going to levy about $600,000 annually on our nation as an unjust tax just because we have people working. But we've been able to work with our team and our tax experts to fight that, and we are happy to report that they've withdrawn their claim. So that's $600,000 of savings that we've had year after year that they would have levied on our nation had we not looked into it or had we not been caught up with our tax filings. Financing and investing, that's a small section there that speaks to the community about that we've been able to qualify for membership with FNFA. They're a not-for-profit organization that provides low-interest loans to nations. In order to qualify for them to be a part of their membership, it's quite rigorous. They look at communities with strong financial positions. You have to have your covenants and your debt ratios in a healthy position in order to qualify. It doesn't cost us anything to join, so there's no expense to the nation. But being a part of the qualifying for FNFA is like sort of earning your bachelor's degree in commerce. Like you were able to meet their requirements from a fiscal responsibility perspective. So I'm happy to report we are a part of that membership, and that we're working closely with them on working on financing some large projects for our nation. System process and controls. So that's a very key and very impactful work that our finance team, both locally and outside the community, have been working on. And that speaks to processes and controls that we've designed to making sure that the financial reporting for all of the entities are rolled up in a timely manner and reliable manner. It's essentially the backbone of all of our processes is these processes, and we're in the process of completing 2 major software and system upgrades that will help alleviate some of the reporting challenges that we're facing. And that's going to only further advance our ability to be more credible with our stakeholders. And when I talk about the different entities, if you scroll back to the balance sheet, you saw the list of departments that we have to roll up and the millions of dollars that we have to account for on a daily basis. And that's oftentimes hard to do. So moving forward, Chief, I'm not sure if this is something that I'll just quickly touch up on since it's at the end of my report, but leadership will speak to this in more detail. But moving forward, we do have exciting things to present to the community. There's a new trades building that's getting completed. It's going to offer over almost close to 11,000 square feet, and it's about 6,700 square feet of shop space. And that we're working closely in partnership with Frontier School Division to create an apprenticeship program for building homes. So the idea with that is that our members can go learn how to construct a home, and they'll build a house, they'll roll it off the production line, and it's going to be a house for our members. So not only are we going to get the training aspect of it, we're going to get a house out of it as well, at cost. We're finding solutions to address the 24 unit. We're working with ISC and our stakeholders to come up with solutions to making sure that we can revitalize that area of our community. We're also continuing to construct new single-family and multi-unit housing, and having a strong financial position allows us to do that. The banks are actually in discussions with us about, building more houses and coming up with solutions on how we can do that both on and off reserve. There's a new women's shelter being in the works that's being planned, a new fire hall. There's discussions and planning around a mining complex on Highway 6. There's also efforts done by leadership to start the discussion for an urban reserve. And I know leadership has also talked to the community about possibly getting a bridge. And we're also partnering up with the province of Manitoba to help with resource planning and how we can both benefit as partners on that area. In closing, I'd like to say, Norway House has a bright future. We've come a long ways over the last 5 or 6 years. We're not out of the woods yet, so to speak, so it's very important that we work as a community, as leaders and as a management team to try and make sure we reduce our debt load even further. And more importantly is to build more economic opportunity in the community so that we rely less on ISC. As everyone knows, there's always unlimited needs for a community. We can always be better as a community. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to be able to build our economic base big enough to meet the needs of our people. With that, I'd like to say thank you and Negose for all your time. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Michael Lee.
Oh yeah, questions, sorry, questions.
Is there any questions?
Yeah. Here's a mic. I'll leave the mic up here.
Seeing there's no questions, we'll move on to the next. Maybe for the record, give your name and.
Hello, My name's David Hart.
Hello.
Well, I don't talk to these people here, our people. So anyway, they're talking about how the hospital's going to be done, and they never finished our school, HBO. They promised us a pool for our kids, and that's never been done. Hasn't been finished or been approached at or anything like that. So I don't know if that money from the hospital is going to be really completed for you guys. So that's all I got to say. Do you think you can trust these people with that?
They left out some parts of the hospital already. I was given some information that the chief and council had cut some corners and left out a couple, parts of the hospital. And they were trying to access that funding to use or to transfer somewhere else.
And I'd like to say, but anyway, we have a housing shortage and whatever, but these homeless shelters that we have, like Philip Evans, Jean Foster Place, like Jean Foster's place was like the first lady chief in Canada, right? Am I right? Why isn't it not being like recognized? Like she never got any nominations or but anyway, it's just a sad case here today in my point of view. So fuck. I don't know, but you guys are going everything wrong. You guys are not even listening to each other. You guys are moving forward faster than what's going on. Like, our kids are growing fast. Anyway, I just gotta say that I hope you guys recognize this lady. That's pretty impressive, though. You guys gotta recognize her. Nobody recognizes her. You know how I got to know this lady? I was in a jail. There was this elder. But anyway, he was from James Smith, Saskatchewan. He came up to me while I was sitting there. And he says, "What's your name?" And I told him, "David Hart." "Where are you from?" "Norway House." "Oh, there's a lady there." I forgot her name. Well, she was the first lady chief in Canada. And I'm sitting in there like, I don't know nothing about this place or her or anything like that. So I'm sitting there listening to him. So anyway, as I was finishing up my time there, he comes up to me and says, he was the elder for that institution where I was. And then he looks at me and says, "I'll see you someday soon." He says, "You'll be back." Sure enough, I went back. And then that time I went back there, got locked up again. And then I was on a bail hearing appeal there, as you guys were talking about appeals and whatever. But anyway, he says to me, "I'll get you out of here." Like, none of you guys would understand my situation there, what I was going through. Everybody goes through their own hard times and whatever, but I toughed it out. So anyway, he bailed me out of his house, like out of the slammer, put up his truck, his house, and got me out. And I think about how, like we were talking about this First Lady Chief of Canada, sitting in the sweat lodge and, fasting 4 days. And so I would really like you guys to recognize this lady, get something done, instead of always arguing, talking about money. And I know money's the need for everything to get it done, but we should all just get together and help each other. Not like today, you guys, people are complaining like we never have band meetings, whatever. This is the first band meeting in a long time. And now nobody shows up. Not even the youth or mid-age. Not even the youth workers or anything like that. Everybody complains about having a band meeting, but nobody shows up. Am I right?
Can I answer your question there, Dave?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I grew up in Rossville, and with an alcoholic father. And there were times we had to climb through the window because people get violent when they're drunk.
Yeah.
So we ended up at Jean Falster's house, where she put us up for a peaceful night's sleep. In 2008, 2007, I was hired by former Councillor Duncan to work on a women's shelter. The government had a call out for proposals. So Norway House, with me and Brian Hart worked on a proposal for a health women's shelter. So it was about 500,000, I believe, was what was funded. And so we proceeded to get the funding, and we ended up winning or getting the proposal approved. So we advocated and discussed what it should be called. And it was an obvious solution on what it should be called, and which is Jean Falster Place. So we honored her for the hard work she did as an individual in Norway House. So, and she happened to be the first woman chief in Manitoba, which is a huge honor for women. And so we are proud to have that building under her name. It is underutilized though. People don't want to stay there because it's not a good, I guess, feeling to have to go stay in a women's shelter. But it's there. It's going to remain there. I believe the funding for that was for a 15-year period. If you remain open for 15 years, that 500,000 becomes forgivable grant money. So the staff there have talked about another piece or an addition to that. So after the 15-year period is over, I think it's 2023. So possibly building a little bit bigger or another addition to it. But this time they're talking about getting a men's shelter because men also go through abuse in their marriages or their relationships. But rarely do we look at men as victims, but there are a few. So we have, I think Norway House has come a long way to recognize a very genuine woman, just as we did with the young Anderson boy. So I thank you for your question. You will find that there's comments and little bits of information that's getting thrown out, and you really it's not true. If you have the time to listen, if you have the time to ask the right person or the right people the question, I'm sure we can answer that question.
Wait, just wait.
We ask you guys kindly not to talk about Jordan and my family, but you guys keep on exposing us through Facebook. So please appreciate you stop talking about it unless you ask that first is called. Be respectful. My brother died. My mother died.
Really sorry, but I was to talk about Philip Evans Memorial here. I was going to talk about that place first. But as I was saying about Jean Foster's and Philip Evans Memorial, like, this guy used to keep me when I was a kid. He was my babysitter. And now, he was known as an alcoholic. He always drank. So, like, nobody's perfect in this world or this community. Alcohol will always be there. Drugs will always be there. It's just a matter of how much you intake. But I'm just saying that Philip Evans Memorial should be extended, because most of us homeless people like to drink. It feels like a priority for most of them, and people are so judged about it. But it'll never end. But I'm just hoping that Philip Evans would get extended, make more room, because he was known as being an alcoholic. So that's all I'm here to ask for, is for it to get extended.
Thank you, Dave. And as you've just seen the presentation by finance, now that we're in a better financial position, we can certainly explore those suggestions and ideas. So.
My name is Jerlene Sullivan. I've been a band member for all of my life. I'm 39 years old. I am the daughter of Ernest Anderson and the late Virginia Anderson. My mother came from Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, but she married into Norway House, and she wanted to make this community her home, and she did. My mother volunteered a lot in this community. She was a believer in the gospel. She advocated for a lot of our community members that had struggled with a lot of addictions that were being denied at these churches. They were being pushed away, and my mother opened her doors so these people can get some support from her. She didn't deny anybody, okay? But she did get a lot of negative comments from other communities saying that she was acting better than a church. And that's what always happens when somebody wants to speak, or when somebody wants to support somebody else and they're not being paid by the government or whatever government, payrolls you guys are getting your monies from. But that's the kind of mother that I had. She started drinking when Jordan was 2 years old. When Chief and Council didn't want to support our travel to Winnipeg to go and see Jordan, we were allowed maybe 2-3 trips a year out of the 5 years that Jordan, sometimes, it was hard. But I want to explain to you guys, because everybody is listening to a lot of stuff that this leadership is saying on Facebook, too. But my mother struggled. My mother was on the streets after she was kicked out of 45 Edmonton because Chief and Council didn't want to support our travels. They said we didn't have no money. But you guys were sure supporting other people to go visit their families, just not mine, not my mother. She was struggling on the streets. She stayed there. She found a homeless shelter. She fed herself at food banks. Nobody helped her. She asked for support, but you guys pushed her away. And then what happened? Jordan's Principle was created. Mike, you had a good role in playing that. I appreciate that, but still you're being silent with everything that's going on. There's a lot of funding coming because of Jordan's Principle, because of Jordan River Anderson was a band member to this community. There's hundreds of millions. He's saying there was like 300, maybe 200 million, but there's more than that. More. And this community would be flourishing if you guys took the initiative to support all of our ideas. We wouldn't have to go to mining. Jordan's Principle has funded over 2 million products and services across Canada. 2 million, that's a huge number, right across Canada. And there's a lot of other people benefiting because of this program. and you guys would not support my idea to start up a business. That would help our community. That would help bring programs to our other communities, surrounding communities in the northern Manitoba. Why? What is wrong with me that you guys cannot listen to me or support my ideas? I'm a grandmother. I advocate because I have grandchildren in this community. I have children that are being raised in this community. They are band members. So what is wrong with me that you guys have to fight me all the time? And with the housing, okay, I had to go to a lawyer. Luckily, or thankfully, I have a friend that works in the government who allowed her lawyer to go pro bono and support us. And he was the one who had to go to the government and demand these documents. That lawyer contacted Chief Larson's office on June 4. And then 3 days later, Larson made a post that he had found funding for 5 homes. But in that document, it states 3 houses. There was $900,000 located to fund for 3 houses. You guys did not give us an opportunity to let us build. Instead, put you guys in the RTM right away. Those RTMs cost what? $70,000 to maybe $100,000. And then where does the rest go? There was 3 trailers. Where did the rest of that money go? You guys don't have it in the audit. But I wanted to clarify what Larson posted was false. My family were given 3 trailers. We could have built some really beautiful houses with $900,000. That's almost $1 million. Or you could have just bought every one of my family, 9 to my dad, each a home. Or however, how much those little tiny little houses that you guys have, or those container homes. I know those container homes only cost what, $1,000, $2,000 for one. But the lawyer got us documents that's proven that you guys have received hundreds of millions of dollars in Jordan River Anderson's name. And one of the documents, Larson's family, the businesses were funded $265,000 to clean up Anderson's car garage and Anderson's convenience store. No, I have it right there. It's land and acknowledgement. I have it right there in my books. No, look, I told you, the lawyer and the federal government send the document. How is it wrong? The government sent, it does not say insurance on there. The federal government is wrong for sending those documents? No, it was the federal government.
Can we,
and this woman here came and ripped out my hair. She said, leave. She said, leave my family alone. And then the next day, she's sitting with all Larson's sisters, poking and pointing at me, laughing at me, because she ripped out my hair. Is that the kind of leadership that we should have in Norway House?
That's enough. You made some comments there. Can you put the mic down now so we can get some responses to some of your comments? Because I would like to respond. You mentioned my name.
I have a lot of documents here.
Well, no, we're talking about the audit right now. And if your question is reflective on the audit, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 other people that want to say something.
Okay, one more comment. I appreciate it if Larson stops talking about Jordan's Principle. And if any of you guys want to ask for Jordan's Principle funding, you come talk to my dad and us, and we will. Because we're not the ones exploiting people for money.
Okay, Jerlene. Ask your
We
last
don't
question.
go
You said
and-
I had a question. Can you ask Jerlene? Jerlene, can you ask your question,
We
please?
want to do what is right for the people. Why do you think Jordan's Principle is a national thing? We're not stopping that. Larson tried to go stop it. He went to the federal government and wanted that name changed.
I don't.
He was
people
sent
do
back
that.
to Norway. They said, no, you got to go ask your people. Why do you want Jordan's name off of there?
Jerlene, Hegose?
I had a right to speak.
Yeah, you have a right
I
to
have a
speak
freedom.
and a question that
Yeah,
I'm trying
well,
to keep the agenda going.
He's the one who
because there's
mentioned my
other-
brother, and it's
no,
fair for
Jerlene.
me to
Can we,
to speak up for my family.
yeah, well, you have a right to do
My
that, but you
dad's
got
window,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
somebody threw a
6
rock
other
through his
items.
window. 2 of our vehicles are vandalized. 2 of our quads were vandalized. I was attacked 3 times. Cheryl Anderson attacked me because she was bailed out with Jordan's Principle money for $165,000.
Oh. Akone, I say, don't be starting names or throwing names around,
I'm
please.
not
Akone.
leaving.
Akone. Put that mic back up there, please. Jerlene, you made some comments there, and I think that needs to be responded to. First off, you talked about how Jordan, I was at that hospital many times. You take we go, your late brother. Never once did I ever see you there, okay? I want that to be known. And another thing, you said the leadership of that day did not want to help you, the family, to move over there. Jerlene, we tried to move your whole family to Winnipeg. They refused that. You refused that. And then what happened was, you kitnagat kito epintok. But the question you the thing you keep saying though, is what ran there, okay? Ogone, you made comments that need to be responded to.
Like I said,
Jerlene.
3 times a year. How are we supposed to be there? You guys are being unfair.
I was in leadership.
3 times
Jerlene,
a year,
and your
okay?
family refused to move. We had a
My dad,
we had a bus ready to
look,
move
if you
the whole
guys-
family
if you
there.
guys-
Your parents refused
Let
it.
my dad
Your
speak then.
parents refused it.
Don't
I was there.
let my
and I'm
dad
not
speak.
putting words in anybody's mouth. I'm
Let
just
my
telling
dad speak.
you. Tapos to tayo tatapia mo ista.
Let my dad speak for himself, and you don't talk about my mom.
Bring that mic. Hey, how? First one. Play. Bring that mic. All right. We have the next question that we had was from Elaine. I got some names here that to follow. Elaine? Grace. Grace, sorry. You're waving at me. Or are you just saying hi? Grace. Balfour. Taniwa. Andrew Ross had his hand up too. Let's go.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to say that was a good presentation there. I don't know your name, bud? Michael? Yeah, it's good to see all that, the numbers, surplus, all that stuff. But what I'd like to see is, like you're saying, right, there's transactions, right? Whatever's spent, whatever's brought in, right? Like, could we have, like you said there was a bunch of transactions you had to go through and all that. Is there any possible way we could see all that information as well?
So I think what you're referring to is the general ledger. If you look at that income statement,
Yeah, I see an income statement, I see
it's
a
about
balance
100
sheet.
and I think 150
But I
million
wanted
roughly.
to know, like, broken down into what was spent where and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, you know?
If you look at the number and volume of transactions, it'd be about this thick.
Yeah.
So
figured.
unfortunately,
I'm not like, I'm not asking for every single transaction where every dollar went, like, just maybe like every department spent this
Yeah.
much and
Yeah.
whatever, you know, like,
what
just to
you-
look at the numbers further is pretty much what
No,
I'm
I
asking.
agree. What you can also find if you Google ISC, Norway House Audit, the full audit, including all the schedules, will be there.
So-
It's about a 56-page report, and in trying to be kind to the environment, we didn't want to print off all
Oh,
56
yeah.
pages. So you have the two reports are the most key: income statement and the balance sheet.
Would that
And I would welcome
information be in
everybody.
there for that, where to find it? Is there?
Yeah, if you just Google Norway House Financial Audit, you'll find it. You'll find the full audit on the ISC website.
All right. That's all I want to ask, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Like I said.
A quick other, Andrew, just so you know, there was a request of information on housing from a lawyer that we don't know his name exactly because it's access to information. So it was approximately 300 pages of it. So instead of just giving it to the lawyer, it's on our website. So if you want it, whatever we found or whatever was there, it's all available to the band members. So it's not something we're hiding. It's just go ahead. If you want to read all that, go right ahead. It's free.
Thank you. Any more questions regarding the audit that was presented? Samantha? Just got Samantha, you got to open the skin on. You're next, okay?
Hello, good afternoon. I come here as a member of the community and as a past leader, so I know what it's like to be sitting there. So we're reviewing the 21 and 22 audits. So the 4 leaders who are actually sitting here haven't really paid any spending in that area, I guess. So I just wanted to point that out. But also that I'm here, to be respectful, and I'm here to ask questions. And as, thank you for the presentation, Mike. And I just wanted to ask some questions in regards to the audit. I know that you've asked and you've pretty much, we could go on the website and review the audit. And I wish we could have knew that before we came to the meeting. Then it would have been nice to review before we came, because now I have questions. One of the questions that I have is, so when you have on your audit, you talk about the variance, right? The variance report, do you have a variance report for the audit?
So the variance report that you're suggesting is what the auditors use as one of their procedures to make sure that things are reasonable. Variance reports aren't generally in audit reports, so unfortunately it's not in there because that's something that is a procedure that the auditors do when testing. So they'll look at balances and ask management and leadership questions. Why did cash go up by 10 million? Why did debt go down? Or why did all these costs fluctuate? So just to get an understanding on if what they do is they corroborate the information just to make sure that things are reasonable. Keep in mind they design significant procedures and they look at significant procedure, like transactions, before concluding on their opinion. And I know there was a comment made earlier about sort of insinuating that income, like the income isn't complete. The auditors look at everything, all of our bank statements, income that comes in. So if there's monies that we've received as a nation, it's all in that report. So I'd like to make it clear that there is everything that the nation's received and has paid out, it's all within the audit and been reported.
But is there a variance report, yes or no?
Not for public knowledge, no, but it's something that the auditors, it's a procedure that they design and ask us, so.
So there's no variance report for public, right? I guess the other question is about accounts receivable. I noticed the accounts receivable is over 10 million. What's being consolidated in that?
So just like AR and AP, it's called trade payables. there's a timing difference on when, say, for example, you go and buy a car, or say, for example, you're owed money. Those fluctuate periodically, and it's all to do with timing difference. There is a breakdown if you go onto the website, and as a previous leader, you will know that all audited reports are published on the IC website. Anybody around the world can access that.
Yeah, so just to kind of clarify what that is, like, I'm just trying to get some understanding too, and I know what it is to be a leader, thank you. But one of the things that I find about the AR is that it's money owing, right, to Cree Nation.
Not necessarily.
And then some are just like, yeah, so some of the language that's used when you're doing a review with the people is we can't understand.
Correct.
Right, so that's why we ask these questions.
Of course.
The other question that I had.
So the AR, just to clarify, Sam.
Yep.
AR is accounts receivable, and it's money that the nation expects to get. So for example, if IC comes in and says to us, Norway House, you're going to get an extra $1 million, but we haven't paid you yet, but it relates to this fiscal year.
Yeah.
By accounting standards, we have to record it on our books as a receivable, even though they give us the money after year end. So it's just an account that we accumulate for any dollars that we're expecting to come in. And that could fluctuate up or down depending on when the commitment is made. So for example, a good example would be, if you said to your friend, I'm gonna give you $10 if you work on my cabin in March. The work was done in March, you owe that gentleman $10 for working on your cabin, but I'm not paying you until April. On the books, it'll show that it's a receivable. So that AR balance that you're referencing is made up of, it's to do with the timing difference of when we earn the money as a nation and when we collect it.
So it's money that's not there yet, basically, is what you're saying.
That we've earned it, but we haven't collected.
Yeah, that you haven't collected yet.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
understandable. The other question I had was,
Yeah, and we have cleaned it up. If you look at previous audits, that balance has come down. Just like any good auditor would say, you want to make sure that AR balance comes down and it's managed properly. So if there's anything that's not collectible, like bad debts, we don't put it on there. We're not going to say to our nation that we have $10 million of revenue and a receivable just because we want to inflate our numbers. They go through a rigorous process to making sure that that receivable and that revenue recorded has been earned and is also deemed collectible. On that report, you'll never have dollars that are not deemed collectible by the auditors presented to the community. So it goes through a rigorous process, meaning that they verify that the work was done, the community's earned the dollars, and it's collectible.
okay, so yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was brought forward because people need to understand that it's not money that's there, but it's an asset, right? So
correct.
I just needed to make that
Yeah.
clear. The other question that I have is we've talked a lot about in the booklet when I seen about economic development, and I noticed the fuel farm. Is that generating money or is it not? What else are we collecting? Where are we having a strong economic development to incur money, right? What's the succession plan financially for Cree Nation? Because I haven't seen, other than I see a lot of spending. I see a lot of buildings going up. I see a lot of homes going up, which is, homes is something, of course, Cree Nation needed. But at the same time, we need to look at it. It's a deficit in some way or another. So it's not all strong, positive assets. Maybe we still have to pay for those things. So those are the things that I needed to clarify and be sure that it's spoken about, that, okay, well, where's our economic development? Where are we generating money, I guess, is my question.
No, for sure. And those are excellent questions, and I thank you for raising those questions. So to get back to you on the fuel farm has been a tremendous asset to our nation. If you think about what the nation was spending in fuel, buying fuel at retail and using it for our own departments like housing and PDC, we were spending millions of dollars on fuel. And the fact that we have a fuel farm now that we have access to at cost for our departments is we've saved a significant amount of money. The fuel farm rolls up into PDC, and because of the way the accounting rules work, all the revenue that's generated on the fuel farm gets consolidated and eliminated So a good example is, you're not gonna, if you take money out of your right pocket and put it in your left, you're not gonna say that you have two, like, you're not gonna account for that twice. So if we're rolling up and consolidating PDC into our overall band operations, we're not going to count the revenue twice. The savings are there. Like
So-
anybody here could say,
So economic development to me is a business,
so that,
right? So
The fuel
how
farm-
much is Cree Nation gaining then from
yeah,
that business?
so that's measured in two ways. The fuel farm is making money and is saving us dollars. And to go back into economic development, if the community stops to take a moment and think about, how do you actually generate economic development? How do you actually go out and make money? Well, in order to make money, you have to invest money, because you can't make money if you don't have investments in infrastructure, in people, in buildings, in order to make money. And the investments that we're doing as a group, as leaders, as management, and as people, because at the end of the day, we want what's best for the community. We want to bring hope and jobs to the community. The nation has to be able to spend and invest in projects that could generate economic opportunities. And the most basic example I would use is, if you were to develop, let's just say, a pizza truck. If you want to go out and be a pizza store owner, well, how do we actually become a pizza business owner? We have to take our dollars, if anyone's willing to lend it to us, to buy a truck, to buy the supplies, and in the hopes that we could create jobs to make the pizza and sell it to our students and sell it to our communities to generate the income. And over time, that income will service the debt that we've taken out to build that opportunity. But the biggest challenge for our people and for our community is that no one's been willing to give us a chance. Nobody, at a local level, at a grassroots level, and as a community, because we have so much, we've been plagued with so much debt. But since, Chief Anderson's been in with leadership, since 2018, we've been able to manage our debt. We've been able to manage our cash flow to not only service previous debts that we inherited, but we've been able to take that and build trust with our stakeholders, like the bank, to trust us to say, okay, you know what, maybe we trust Norway House now, and we're going to lend them low interest debt to start an economic opportunity. And that's the only way as a community that we're going to get out of this and move our nation ahead. Without the investments of today, we're not going to have a stronger nation tomorrow.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, where you're spending money right now.
Correct.
Before you can make money is what you're basically stating.
Correct.
So I just wanted to get that clarified. I guess maybe the other question that I have is, we as a Cree Nation, and me as a mother and as a grandmother of this community, and we're going to talk about cash flow and how we're spending our money. Where, I guess I'll ask Dion, because he's the health portfolio holder. There's a huge increase in violence. We've had many women and men die because of violence, and it's because of drugs. And drugs is a huge economy, I'm sorry to say, in our community. We have drug dealers showing big stacks of money. Oh, I'm rich. That's where a lot of the money is going, is the addictions. And the economy growth, and that is huge here. And it's concerning. So my question, I guess, at the end of the day is, where are we, I guess, where in the budget are we spending money to support and help our people? Because remember, the people are an investment in this area. We are worth every dollar that we need to help our people. And I haven't seen nothing, I'm sorry to say. And it's concerning when you're going to the clinic and the hospital and it's falling apart. People are dying, being misdiagnosed. People are having to drive to Thompson and Winnipeg to go to the hospital. So I know that's something that, you just do what you need to do financially, but I'm giving the responsibility to the health portfolio holder. Like, where are you at? Do you have a plan in place? What's the short-term goal and what's the long-term goal for Cree Nation in that area?
I'll let Councillor Clark answer that, but before he jumps on, just in all fairness, the Cree Nation does not manage the physician aspect of the hospital. So the quality of doctors that we have we don't have any control over that. So
it's not doctors, it's a service. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you for the question there, Sam. We're aware that there is a lot of violence and a lot of drug use within the community, and unfortunately it's taken a lot of lives of a lot of young people, and not just young people, but many of our community members. And it's something that's very near and dear to my heart to see more action done in this. I know that a lot of the issues in our community stem from alcohol and drug abuse, and these things are a lot of the things where it's a lot of self engagement also. And I do meet with my staff at the health department on a regular basis, and trying to meet with them and trying to meet the needs of the community. It's not something that's always easy to throw together. There is networking plans, group meetings that the departments meet together on a regular basis on how do we address these issues. And a lot of these issues is a little bit too much for a lot of people that are just one or two persons in one department. And I do agree that we do need more investment, and that's where we think re-looking at the resources we do have within our community, like we do have Whiskey Jack Treatment Center, what are we doing through that department? What are we doing with our lodge in Molson Lake that's been sitting there for years? And using other resources, let's go back to the land, let's open up our cabins, let's take our young people out there, let's take them out fishing and hunting. And these are the type of things I want to see, is trying to get our young people out there hunting and fishing with our elders. But unfortunately, we have a lot of young people. We need more elders and older people to step up. But the ratio's not there. There's so many young people. We need every person to come to the table and to help. Look to your neighbor, help out your neighbor, help your friend next door, take care of your nephew, do something with them. And I think, I know as leadership, we should invest, we need to invest. And that's where I've been working and trying to push for government to invest in our communities, invest into our policing. I policing is lacking a lot of resources there. It's not my department, police services and emergency services, but I know there's still the treatment option part. We need to look at different ways. What we're doing right now is not enough. We need to do other things. We need to keep our young people busy. We need to continue to build and create safer places for them to come, so they're not hanging around the parties, they're not hanging around where they're drinking and doing drugs. We need to create more safe spaces. So that's why the multiplex has always been a priority to me, for them to come here to play at the youth center, to play at the play center, fixing up the multiplex, building Mission Island, doing these type of things. These are my goals as leadership, and investment is there. It may not be as treatment options, and I can't go into the office and tell the treatment officer and treatment workers, this is how you do it. I rely on my team to tell me this is what we need to do. And I share my vision with them, and they share theirs with mine. So it is something we all need to do, is to step up. And I think as leadership, this leadership, it is very serious for us. We want to work together. We want to better our community. We don't want to see another person die. We don't want to see another person hurt. We want a healthy community, and that's where I stand, and I want to see more investment. But where does the dollars come from? That's something we've got to look at. Thank you. I hope
Okay,
that's
so,
enough.
well, thank you for that. So basically, there's really nothing at this time is what I'm getting from that answer. But it's something that's very serious in our community, and the answer, basically, I'm still working on it. It's been over 4 years for you, Dion, and whoever was in health. But I mean, it's something that we need to take seriously for our people and our young people. You know, our families have been affected, people have been killed. And I think when we're talking about health, the clinic also needs to be looked at and reviewed, because it's not, you know, you go to the clinic, then you're waiting for hours. My mother-in-law sat there for 8 hours prior, and nobody paid attention. So, like, it's these kinds of things that need to be looked at. Like, it's the health director and whoever else is sitting at that table to make some plan. There should have been a plan in place already for our people, because I'm afraid. We live in fear in our homes because of the violence. You can't even walk anywhere with somebody getting beaten. So, like, we have to, like, this is really serious, a really serious discussion for me. You know, and to see a woman being killed because of drugs and because of gangs. I made an offer to do a presentation on gangs at the youth conference, and I was told no. And I was going to do it for free. You know, this is the information that needs to get out. Why do youth join gangs? And I have that information. And it's something that I take seriously and to my heart too, because if you're still in the planning stage, then that's concerning. We need to do something about it now. And I know that being in your position and having to deal with these issues is something difficult, you know, because you get targeted, and I know that. I know it's hard to be in a position that you're in because I've been there. But I strongly stood by that because it's not right. You know, we have members coming in from Winnipeg, ramping off our roads with $50,000 in their trunk and guns. That's serious enough to stand up and say, well, when are we going to stop this? I think you really need to put that check stop back. Start checking to see who's coming in and out of this community. We need it done for our safety and for our kids. Like there's no harm reduction at all being done for people who are addicted. And they struggle because you see them. And children are suffering because of it. Children are the ones that are being hurt the most. You know, and I see that because I've worked in all the systems in this community. And it's gotten worse. But that's what we need to get done. I'd like to see that up and going again. A check stop to see who's coming in and out. Because they're coming in with guns, crack and cocaine, and meth. So it's very concerning for me. And I'm sure a lot of members that are here too, because it's affected their family.
I hear a few questions there. First one is the time. Time was not very long for me myself. Got the health portfolio since March, so working on health is not something that happens really quick and happens really fast. And trying to convince funders to fund certain things, it doesn't happen that quick. I know there's a lot of different things that we would want to initiate and try to start in the community. So I do hear you there, and I do appreciate that, and I will continue to push these things forward for our community. And like it's only been 8 months since I got the health portfolio. I can't speak before what happened before that, but I do know that our health system here is failing. It is not strong enough. It is not funded enough. We don't have enough nurses. We have a shortage of nurses. I can't speak to the doctors. I don't oversee that, but I know we need a better system within our community where people can come and get services. And truthfully, I don't like coming to the hospital here and sitting there for hours also. But unfortunately, that has to happen also for myself. I gotta sit there and wait. And when I hear these stories of people waiting there 8 hours, it really does piss me off that this has to happen to our elders, to our old people.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't happen to them because they should be seen, and not just them, but there's kids I'm hearing being turned away and so on. How do I know if all this information is true? I don't really know until people tell me about it. So I do really rely on people to get back to me and share this information with me. I know we've been discussing health has really been a really big operation to really grasp and try to reel everything in. But I know we got a health center that's going to be opening up in shortly here, but are we ready? That's another question we've been asking. Are the doctors ready? Are we going to have pediatricians there? None of these things I haven't heard yet myself. So these questions, I've been asking these questions too to our funders. Are you going to fund pediatricians? We don't have pediatricians coming in on a regular basis. We need these things. We need more doctors. We need more nurses. We need all of these things. So I agree with you. Let's push for all of these things. I do need help. I do need help with everyone to share whatever information, to share it with the staff and share it with me. And you know, I think we do have a good team here, and I do appreciate the question. And I think I've answered all of them. I don't know if I missed anything.
Not the check stop yet.
Check stop. Personal view on that one is I would have wished it would have succeeded. How effective was it? I would like to ask, I would like to defer those questions to the people that actually worked there and people that were actually seeing the things that happened through there. I know through COVID, we were able to set up a check stop again. And during that time, it caused everyone to stop. And that wasn't just us, it was all over the place. And that check stop at that time was funded. But that check stop that they made before, I didn't see no funding. Thank you.
And that's why we have a great, now a great amount of trucks that's going through Norway. And people that think that are not serving trucks and all that. I myself have been affected by Coke. I didn't know what stock was till I asked the person, what is stock? It's Coke. I didn't know that. I'm gonna think about Coke. My loved one got affected by this Coke. Look at the situation. Where did her money go? I'm going to be closer with my daughter. Where did her money go? The kids allowance. Coke dealers. That's where it went. $1,000 a month, whatever. Who got rich? Those people got rich. Who helped my daughter? I did. I didn't get any help from there, you guys. I had to help my daughter get clean. I had to sit there. She cried, wanting help. And she sat there and I cried with her. I cried with her. Because we didn't have that help. We didn't have nobody keeps us this way. Now I'm not coming out to say one thing. I'm going to say I'm the one on the breath over all the time that God wasn't there. But you know what? We got through it. We over 2 years clean. And you know, she prayed God to get this to fix it. And then she did it. But I thought that she was doing something here, helping her, guiding her, letting her cry. Why do you see people are getting yourself there? If you start thinking, how much more and how much people are doing like that? You know, without that me, mostly personally. But I think I'm suffer. I see the conviction. Last month, a person was eating outside of school, a doctor outside was around last month. Went up to her. I got in the call, whatever that was. You want to buy some? And my daughter said, "Look, honey, you know your family member. Why are you asking me to follow the Bible? You know I have to speak to the teacher." She said, "I didn't feel bad, but you didn't expect it. You didn't expect it. You didn't see. I'm not going to see the name. I was, but like I said, whatever. But that's not more important. That's what I think myself. Because of my family. Everywhere you turn, down Knoxville, those apartments there, along the 4 apartments across from the money, all those are subsidies. Right there, every one of those apartments are subsidies. You go along with that, more subsidies over here. How many days? How many? It's a north side, but nobody thinks about it. Nobody thinks anything about it. Nobody, people are afraid. If you go in my house, and I step out of the door, I don't know. But you know what? Don't you know do it in a month, 2 months, 3 months. Do something now. Do something now. Not only for the dollar sign. You think there's a lot of that money falling to us and push it for you guys and come up with a solution. Come up with something. You know, you need something, you need to do something now. Never mind the dollar sign. We need to do something now. We need to come together as one community. We can fight together and spread by that going on another. Step by step, step by step. I have a whole bunch of names. I have a whole bunch of names that involve my daughter. I see them. And you would believe whose names I don't know. But if you used to, doctor, never used to do me going boxer, but she started doing 2 years ago. You wouldn't believe who was there in that time. But it's not too late for the door sign up, the door money started. Do something now before you do more than maybe I would have lost my daughter already. Maybe she would have been 6 feet underground already if it wasn't for me. No help from anybody.
Let's give Diana. She's really a good parent there, watching her kid from the start and to the end, and I appreciate that. And that's what community members should start doing. East all as one family, and we need that support from each one of you. Like she said, to support your child, your loved one, and it's really, and it's great that you mentioned those. So thank you for sharing. And in regards to the check stop, we'll certainly discuss that further. And as for the, in regards to the question regarding preventive programming, my portfolio is Parks and Recreation, and I'm in the middle of a restructuring. We're going to be hiring a director. That was my position. And then we're going to have 2 managers in place, and we'll also be having different coordinators for those to oversee the recreation program and also the operations program. And that's part of the how we're going to try and deal with through Parks and Recreation, is to develop programs, preventive programs, to have our children, be involved, even our community be involved. We have to foster the active living. If we foster that active living among ourselves, we don't have to go to the hospital and say, we got to keep fit. We don't go to the hospital and say, I have a heart condition. I have a heart condition, but I try and keep active. We have, each one of us have to push yourselves to be more active, and that's how we prevent going to the hospital. There's also we want to include everybody, increase the inclusion and access of recreation to all different populations of the community, and that's where the preventive stuff comes into play, with support with the networking committee and also health. Economic development, lands, we want to access our resource area, taking our community out to Famous Creek. I guess most of you have seen the CBC's YouTube presentation. That's the first time for me going to Famous Creek last year, and it was an eye-opener for me. And I think I didn't have the accessibility to go there. And we, as Parks and Recreation, we can promote that land-based training, land-based programming, the way of life programming for our community. And that's the way we're trying to focus our path and with this restructuring. But I really appreciate all your questions, and thank you.
Is it on? Got cordless mic, could you turn it on? Sound guy. There.
I guess one of the other questions is the social programming. I know that, I'm not sure if Norway House knows, but they're under a 10-year grant funding agreement. And 10-year funding agreement means that they'll receive monies yearly for social clients, and the budget will increase. I think it's 3% of some sort every year. And social assistance means that there will be no increase. The 3% is not very much, but at the same time, I'm just wondering from an audit perspective, is it working for our nation? And also, is it, because I know when I was in social, we were already in high need of paying hydro, paying all the things that come with social. And I know the difficulty of working in social. So I'm just wondering, is there further programming for our people? Are they, like, what's the plan in that area? Because it's such a huge population, we tend to forget as a First Nation, that's who we serve. We serve 70% of those people on that program, which is a very high percentage. So I'm just wondering, what's the plan moving forward with that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So just to give our community members sort of an update on social, our social costs have gone up significantly this past year. You know, it's in line with our funding, but when you look at social as on a consolidated level, and when we look at how much we receive for social, we have to make sure that we have enough to offset the needs of social clients and our members throughout the entire year. So when we look at rates or additional programming, that's something that we try to work with ISC. That program is funded based on need. But the challenge that we have is that we have to demonstrate those needs and operate within the deficit in order to showcase that there's further need there. The challenge that we have is, you know, how do we operate within a deficit if our cash flow is managed so closely? So we're continuing to work with the counselor of that portfolio, as well as the management team there, to see what we could do to expand that program to making sure that the needs are met within our clients. You know, in regards to social and how we're going to address the growing number of people on social, there's been talks about finding creative ways to get people back to employment. So the number one way of getting people off social is making sure that they have a job to go to that they look forward to. So that sort of offsets and is in line with our economic activity initiative. At least from our perspective, we think that the best way to get people off social is to encourage them to go into well-paying good jobs that they can go to and provide for their family. At the same time, we're also going to be lobbying and working with the federal government on expanding our social program and our social funding.
Okay, but the 10-year grant means you're in that funding for 10 years. So just to clarify that.
Within the 10-year grant, there are 3 things that are funded based on actual, even within the 10-year grant. That's health, social, and education. And as long as we can demonstrate that there's a need there and that our operating costs are exceeding our funding levels, ISC will work to reevaluate the levels of our 10-year grant. You're welcome.
Hi, Sam. I just want to also mention that we're looking at the training component of it. Catherine Saunders and I are working on the training aspect of building that as part into the social program. We're exploring different options for getting people off social assistance and into training programs, and hopefully leading to more employment. So we're looking at a variety of opportunities. I've heard things being mentioned in regards to even helping people get their licenses, helping people get their pardons, because people can't work when they're, they have been charged for something. So having those type of opportunities for our members is so that way they have these opportunities that moving forward that they could be employable. I was in line one morning here getting some tea at Tim's at the mall, and this was around Social Assistant Day, and I was amazed at the number of people that were lined up, young people, employable people, because we're looking at over 600 of our employable people, 18 to 35, 600 to 700 people that are on social assistance, and they're able to work. How come they're not working? So that's the thing that we're exploring, is that getting these people off welfare and getting them working. So with training abilities for us to be able to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just asked that question because there's such a huge inflation in food. It's increased by $2-3. So I'm hoping that, as we move forward, like the people who are on social assistance do financially suffer. It's a poor amount, as we all know. And I think that, our people deserve better than that. I guess the other question that I have, and I guess maybe it's just a comment, is also the mine. I know that the
Sam, when you're talking to you, on your mouth. On the radio, I think it's having a hard time. It's picking up here good, but on the radio, so put your.
All right. I guess as far as the mine is concerned, I'm kind of, was kind of caught off guard that they even started the process and that they began this mine. And it's like, okay, well, when it's such a huge decision for our community, it affects the water. Because I had the portfolio, so I know the effects of why they didn't follow through in the first place. And it affects the waterways. And there's a few other things that could happen to the land. It just doesn't affect Norway House. It affects surrounding communities. So we need to be really, I'm looking forward to the meeting tomorrow. And I think before we move through with the mine, I would really like to see a vote on it, and not just Chief and Council making that decision. I think we kind of get mixed up when we're in leadership. The people are your boss. That's what it is. We are your boss, and we have a right to say what we need to say. And I'm requesting that a vote happen before the mine goes through. And any big project that's over $500,000 actually, because it's such a huge decision for our people. And another thing in regards to that, when we're talking about self-governance and the appeal process, I didn't agree, of course, and I've made it clear on social media. I made that claim because I developed the Constitution for Norway House Cree Nation, and that was a document that was developed for an elder who wanted that for our Cree Nation. And he was a past elder. I can't tell you his name because it's not my place to say. But as far as the appeal is concerned, the governments can't tell me what I should do and shouldn't do as a band member. I think that we have a right to say also as a band member, and we need to get past the Indian Act. That's why things are the way they are right now. One of the things that I found was that we had an EPA. There should have been no online voting. That shouldn't have happened. It wasn't in the EPA, and BCR doesn't trump that. From a Norway House Cree Nation perspective, and as a member, and as someone who researched self-governance, that we should have followed through with what we wanted to do with the appeal process. I know you felt you weren't heard, but there's so much discrepancy in everything because all the documents weren't shared on your website. And I think people didn't get a clear understanding of what it was too. So I think as far as the federal government and the judge's decision, I don't agree. But thank you anyways for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Polster. Obviously, we can sit back and agree to disagree. But if you want on the part about the judge's decision, I mean, obviously, like I said earlier, there is a document there, you can read through it. And we do live in Canada where we have to follow the law, unfortunately. Until we get to a position in our
nation where you can have our own laws, and obviously we have to follow the country's laws, which sometimes are not great. In terms of the mine, I mean, if you think about what you just asked before you mentioned that, you're talking about welfare. We have a huge welfare list of young people, primarily employable young people, but they have nowhere to work. So a mine would actually create employment for those young people. And as far as approval process concerned, we don't have final say. No First Nation has a final say on a mine being built on their traditional territory. If you want to find out more on that, just follow the Ontario First Nations and what they went through. I believe there was they went ahead and opened a mine without the approval of one of the First Nations. Their chief and council, I think, went to jail when they were trying to stop that mine development. Now, right now, if that mine was going to go up at Molson Lake or even at Ponas Lake, anything sensitive to the east, I would but when I look at the Minago mine, which has already been pre-approved back in 2010, the new owner was actually being willing to sit down and talk about what we can do or what they could do to help our First Nations, and then not just Norway House. So they're working to try to get the First Nations to understand and for them to understand what our positions. As far as that location, there's our Highway 6, Highway 10, and then the Easterville Road. There's a transmission line, and that land has already been compromised by Manitoba Highways for one thing, Manitoba Hydro for another. And the arrangement in 2010 or 8 was that the flow of water to come out of that mine was supposed to go into Williams River and then into Lake Winnipeg. But since then, they've changed that route. The water now is going to flow north. And the water in Manitoba flows northeast. So this lake that they call Marl Lake is sitting on the west side of the Minago mine. So water doesn't flow that way. So even if you want to talk about it like that, fine. The fact is that, as you said earlier, we need something for our youth to do. We need to create employment. And there's no final say. Ultimately, it's up to the mine, it's up to the province to make those decisions. What Norway House is trying to do is figure out a way to get employment out of this. Not get rich out of it, but get employment out of it. So our people, our youth especially, can actually think about having a job as they get older, which is a very strong desire for many.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just wanted to mention too that I received calls too from trappers. It's affecting their trap line. It's affecting already the livelihood of our people's trap lines and the way of living. So creating jobs for our young people definitely needs to happen. It's not happening, I guess, right now, but I think it's concerning that we continue to. I speak about protecting the water and land from my grandfather's days. Like, that's how long we've been talking about this. And I think we think about all the people that are getting sick in our community too. We don't know where that's coming from. Like, health is such a vital program in our community, and it's being neglected. That's how I see it. Our people are being neglected in that area. So I hope that, with a new health center coming, you're saying no doctors and nurses. Well, where are we at with the whole health care plan then? Because there's a new center coming up. I know that when I was in leadership, we did meet with a lot of people, so I don't know where that all went, but whatever it may be, I just, I'll continue to voice my concerns, and if I could have all your contact numbers, that would be good, just so that I can contact you and unblock me would be nice too. But I'll be available, and if I have to ask you hard questions, I'll ask. I think that would be if we're going to communicate and we're going to care about each other, then that's what we need to do.
Hey, good see. Let's come in.
Mrs. Falster, my Facebook account is a personal account. And I was instructed by my counsel that in the future, if there's going to be any announcements or any decisions made by the chief and council, they go through the Norway House Cree Nation website or Facebook page. And I'm of course, willing to respect their request, and I will do that. Now, as far as getting unblocked, you should see some of the stuff that are said about me, about my parents that have died, my children, my wife. It's really bad out there. And I haven't fought back, if you want to say that, or I haven't lashed out. But it's, you know what the RCMP said to me? It's part of your job as a chief to take all that in and to accept that whatever the person is saying is part of your job. So, okay, really. So I went now found one lawyer, and the lawyer tells me that it's, to a certain extent it is, but if they start defaming you, you can actually sue those people that are talking about you in defamatory manner. Now, that's a right I have, but I haven't exercised that right. So, getting back to the health, some of you might have forgotten, there was a pandemic for 2 years. Previous to that, we were faced with a huge amount of debt and huge restrictions on what we could do going forward. Now, I'm not blaming the previous chief and council that were in office, but I will blame the CFO that was there at the time, which was Gary Julius. And many of you know the way it was before. So we're trying to change things as we try to fix things. And it's really hard, especially when you got a 2-year period where everything was shut down. Now we're trying to get back our progress. And then all of a sudden an appeal gets thrown into our way. And we respected it, so we didn't proceed to the fashion we could have. So that appeal now has been more or less removed until the final decision by the new appeal committee is made. So there's always been struggle to get to where we need to be. And you know what it is? It's because we're fighting each other. I understand the mine. Certainly there's a lot of emergency or serious matters that could come out of the mine. But many of us in Canada, we always say, this country, these settlers have taken all our revenues, taken all our lands, and we just left with nothing. Well, we have an opportunity to actually have something. So if you don't like the mine, I appreciate that and I respect that. But there are other people that would want the development, the creation of jobs, and everything that'll come with it.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, you didn't.
I just wanted to say that that's why we need to vote. So if the majority says yes, then do it. I think that's how we need to go.
Thank you, Sam. Kevin?
Good afternoon. I'm not going to take long, but I have a few questions. My name is Kevin Colom, and I'm married. My wife is Kaylin Colom. We lived in Fort Island there, and yes, we've been in touch with the new hospital, which is great for our family, our children. We've been blessed with children and grandchildren too, but that's good, eh? But I'm here for that, since when that road, they built that road there, and then also they built that water pump house over there, eh? Which where my wife grew up there, on that land there. She wanted to ask, but I'll go ask. Who was the, whatever that part of a leader, but I know it's a probably province of Manitoba or the federal government was the leader there, because she has a right to know that who belongs, like right now, where she was residing when she was brought up. And another thing, I was told on about a few years back, about 6 years, I'll say, I was told that we might have a running water, and we were all happy. And 6 years later, we're still waiting for the water truck 3-4 days in a row. I don't know what can we do? Are we going to have to wait and wait? and wait till we get frustrated. We have to go down there, water carats, and say, hey, can you come and give us water? We don't even have it for a few days now, guys. Please. Do we have to go back? I don't know. But like, we don't like people telling their job. You know, they should know to come if they're on contract. And I'm grateful, yes. I'm not, you know, I'm a NORAS band member. I have a band membership. I moved my band to Norway's because I lost my brother in violence. And they haven't found him for these many, many long years. Talk about violence. See how much I'm heartbroken. My mom was from here. God made the way for her to be here. And my dad married her, which my dad's from Cross Lake. I'm not ashamed to say where I brought up, but I'm glad they brought me up in a good way. And yes, whatever people say to you, Chief, I'm with you on this. Whatever they say to you, or judge you, or accuse you, let them be. Because it's going to be good. Keep on going on like that. Even me. I'm humbled, yes, but I'm not a hater. I love all people. But the thing is, please, do what's right. And yes, we have a right to speak. Okay, that's why I'm here. And I need a job because one of those people from GNR I was working with, and that boss says, oh, we're going to have to let you go. What did I do? I didn't do nothing. I may be an Indian, or I don't know what's wrong with him. And I got let go. I'm jobless. And I've been asking people, can you hire me? Can I have 2 vehicles? I have 2 trucks. Can I at least all the carpets and get paid? You know, and then okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What happens is now the waiting part, and that's what's frustrating. I have a family to support, and yes, we have to help our First Nations. They're struggling too. They need jobs. And what you're saying about that mining, yeah, it might work, but you gotta wait for them to vote, because all people have rights. Even when you want to go to as a chief or a councillor, yeah, you have to wait for the ballots to be counted in order to be in. That's how it is. It's the waiting part, like what we wait for the water truck. But I want to know right now, are we getting a water line hooked up on us? Because that's what I was told when they first opened that.
Well, waiting for the water to cross the river doesn't have to happen anymore, Kevin. That was a $5 million investment to get the water just to that side of the river. We have submitted an application for additional houses to be hooked up. I believe it's about 80-something houses, but like every First Nation, we rely on the federal government to fund these projects. So we did our job, to gather information, submit a proposal, and then start lobbying to get the funding in place. What the minister did tell me though is this year they're concentrating on housing, and then next year they're supposed to concentrate on water and sewer. So let's hope that they tell the truth.
Yes, and one more, you talk about the housing. We've been waiting for repairs to be done, and we've been asking, and I'm wondering why nobody showed up. I remember some people showed up like, what do you want to be done at your house? And they started writing this and this and this, but nobody came. So I was like, we don't like being lied to, but we want things to be done when they said they're going to be coming. You know, it's not right to be lied to. And I'm grateful I'm here, but yeah, everybody needs repairs, I know that. But I hope, because my family, I have a family that's developed, growing, what do you call that? When you overcrowded, yes. I would like to have a repair stand or an extension at our house, and to help, because I don't know what to say, but we want our lives to be nice, and like what people want, like I don't want to say, I don't want to be coming to the bank always and ask and ask and ask and ask. It's pretty soon people quit on that. And thank you for everything. And yes, you are good leaders, but the part is you got to accept the people that are asking something and ask. When they ask you a question, please answer it nicely, like, okay, But if we don't get an answer, like we feel neglected. Nobody showed up. It's like, I guess we're worthless. We're not accountable. And we are accountable.
Thank you, Kevin. And for your information, how the ones that walked in late, our next agenda item will be the Health Center of Excellence update. Then we're going to get into the Rossville School remediation, 2 mile and 8 mile remediation, fiber op project, business center. And then for the people that are asking questions about the mine, you have a full day tomorrow to ask any question that you may have, and everybody's welcome to come and ask whatever question that you may have regarding the mining and whatever it is that needs to happen, and that's going to happen tomorrow. So for the next agenda item is the Health Center of Excellence, and I will ask who. I'm looking at Councillor Dion here, your portfolio.
Before we move on, I had a few questions about the mine too. I was going to come and talk, but you pointed at him and kind of directed me to sit down.
No.
We talk about this mine and as other things in the economic boom, and I noticed since we had this recent economic boom and all the development, the drugs and everything went up in this town. So then you're going to put another mine in, create more boom, more money in town, which is going to create more problems with drugs, gang violence. And then you also say with the water flowing, there is water flowing towards, but the water's going to Monago. That water flows into Monago River, that flows to Cross Lake. If something happens there, are we going to be responsible for something happening back to Cross Lake's drinking water? No. Why not? Okay, and then we say that a duty to consult is just a duty to consult. They're going to do whatever they want anyway, but we also do have environmental protection laws under UNDRIP that we can use to go against that, couldn't we? We could, right?
Dean,
so with
this morning, for this morning, the fishermen had a presentation from the mining company and the people that were there. They did how would you say that? A very detailed, thorough presentation. We asked many.
What about Rockcliffe mining?
Let me finish. I'm chairing this meeting, okay, and I'm telling you, we have a whole presentation on that tomorrow.
But you're my employee too, right? You're all these people's employee, and I'm trying to talk, and then you guys just want to cut me off.
Well, you got an agenda item here that I presented, and that's what I'm trying to follow.
So I can't talk? You want me to go sit down? Are you telling me? I want to talk
tomorrow.
Right now. I want to talk now.
I would
like to talk right tomorrow. Now. And I'd like to ask Chief and Council to please let me talk now as a band member.
Ask your question.
It's more than questions. So where are we with Rockcliffe mining and your consultation with that? That's a copper sulfide mine. It's in the same area. Where's that flowing to? But you guys have consultation with that since 2020, right? And then that you had work in there, and that you were pleased that the memorandum could move forward with Doug Osterman for the flying nickel, but also with Rockcliffe Metals. So if we're supposed to be First Nations land stewards and protecting the land, and then we're going through all this stuff with Truth and Reconciliation, all the things that happened with residential schools, we got disconnected from the land. So our thing is just to throw more money in there, destroy our resource, possibly destroy our resources even more that connects us traditionally to these lands. And then where does that put us in 20, 30, 40 years when people can't use that land for their traditional practices? How do they get back to their culture if they use that area? Also, where are we with Lab RC and the First Nation Land Management Act? Are we signatories of that now? Lab RC and the First Nations Land Management Act. Are we signatories of that now? So, because I seen on their website, because like I work for OCN and they're part of it, and we are signatories, but there's an active vote or something.
By the way, Dean, I have a question. How come you will go work for the PAW and not for Norway House?
I actually applied for a job in Norway House, and my application never went anywhere, so I don't know. You get to tell me. And also, with working with OCN, it gives me more experience with First Nation Land Management Act and things like that, so that's why I'm there. And then eventually, hopefully, I don't know if you guys ever decide, like, I know what this mine could mean to me as a job environmentally, but I also have to weigh the pros and cons and think of my kids and my grandkids and their grandkids. Like, that's the scariest part. There's people like that lost their livelihoods, and then what do we, like, I don't know, it's just, it's a concern, and I think that we should look at it more, because reading some of the assessments and stuff like that, there's a lot of assumptions with stockpiles being benign and things like that.
That goes both ways, though. You're making assumptions too.
No, this is off the.
So I sit on a committee with Chief Ballantyne, and they too are developing a mine in the PAW region. So is Moose Lake, so is Cross Lake, so is Grand Rapids, so is Easterville. The list continues. So in terms of what we can do as nations and first peoples of this country is take advantage of what's there right now, and build a future for our youth, so we can be sitting here in 40 years and be able to have a home.
What happens when the mine closes?
They're setting aside 5% of the cost, which is in Minago, it's projected to be about $85 million.
So how long is that going to last between 4 communities? And if there's 450 jobs being built,
that $85 million is set aside to remediate the land. Once the mine is closed.
There is no remediation of mining lands. There's only like, you can't remediate it.
You should reach.
It'll never go back
look into Sheridan. They just remediated their land, and
it's
there's
not
a couple
remediated.
of others, so.
It never goes back to the same. Once you take a mineral,
exactly,
or
right? Nothing goes back to the same, Dean. So what you're saying is that you're trying to go back to the 1500s? Well, you're not going to get there.
I'm not trying to go back to the 1500s. I'm just trying to make sure that we can still live that life if we chose to go that way.
And you can.
Not when there's no resource areas.
Thank you, Dean, and please come back tomorrow for the presentation, and you get all your information. And I want to ask the Health Center of Excellent people to please come up here. And we have a body that is being released at 4 o'clock, and I think we're trying to be respectful and mindful of our people, Kamachipanchik, so we're going to at least try and shut down by that time if we can. So can you folks please come up here and do your presentation? Or do you have to be called up here? Okay.
I'd like to thank you. Yes, my condolences to my family. The rest, I leave it all up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes. Come on. While these guys are getting ready, okay? Yeah. Touch it. Samina. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Marianne Chubb. I'm a Norway House Cree Nation band member, and I work for Norway House Cree Nation. I just have a comment to make about the mine gani mutsigate. I hunine taman like Dean. He looks far into the future. And that's how I look at it as well. The damage it will do to the land, our resource area. Nobody says that. The damage to the land in our resource area. What's going to happen to it? Because I went to Split Lake area, and if you have been there and see the lakes and the land, how awful it looks, how destructive hydropower has done to the land or the mines. And that's my concern as well, as I look at my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, like they're not going to have anything in there on this land to live off of the resource area. That's my thoughts. Okay? So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miriam. Tomorrow, that presentation, if you have more detailed information and questions, we have tomorrow.
No matter what you put in my head tomorrow, it'll still be the same. That's the way I'm going to look at it. No simak pago taga na magignistan sa simisak tan sigiti sip mat se hutsaga ski kita ski na nipi the land ke gonna game it you know.
Thank you.
Because not that you know, whatever we agree on or disagree on here tomorrow, you know, I hope it's good for our people of Norway House Cree Nation. Agawista all the surrounding areas. Miswete, misawaski, ka sipmat si hoya higuta, tanswana distat si kanigi. We know anegil nikulmain aga ayo. They don't care about us. Sonia wapaguino aganawap mewak, you know. They just look at the money that they're gonna make from there. Like what's the benefit of money to us if our lands and our waters are destroyed? Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Hello, my name is Marilyn York. I'm Norway House Band member, treaty number 4322. Seeing how you're in a rush to shut down the meeting today and carry on with the agenda, do you have any plans on having more meetings, at least weekly, bi-weekly, or even monthly, and not annually or just once a term? Very nicely.
Now that COVID looks like it's going to be leaving the territory or concern, I'll gladly sit here every month.
Okay, because I had a bunch of questions.
Things that are being asked about, there's answers to it.
Yeah, I know, I totally understand that. It's just that it's, well, with the respect with the bereavement and whatever, you know, it's just, I had a lot of questions that I wanted to ask. I'm definitely not going to be able to ask them within 1 minute. I'll tell you that right now. But
sorry, Marilyn, just so you know, like we're only shutting down because there's a body being moved.
yeah,
And we can have
are you gonna?
supper and we'll start again.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I've been waiting for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And answer every question you ask.
Yeah.
There's too much,
but I have
too many misinformation or false information flying around in social
Yeah, no, and then it gets interpreted and then twisted and whatever. Yeah, I totally see that. But my question today now is, out of 6 councillors, there should have been 7. Where's this? Out of 6 councillors, there should have been 6. Where's the other councillor? Because I had a very important question to ask him, and I needed to ask him in person. And it's not, is there any chance that we could get him on the phone or something so that he could be somewhat present?
Can I suggest something? Maybe go see him when he's here.
I tried to do that. That's exactly why I want to ask him, because no, this is why I want to ask. I do not want to go behind closed doors and ask him what our meeting was about last time. I was uncomfortable at that meeting when I went there. I had a personal issue. I went to him for assistance, and I regret going. And I wanted to ask him specifically what he meant by a comment that was made. I'm not going to share that now, but I want to ask what he meant by that.
He's down there with Agustinano Tanse.
I understand that.
And that's why I said earlier that he was relaying his regrets that he needed to be there with his daughter, Magotano. So I don't know what else to tell you other than...
She is a friend of mine. I have her on Facebook. Nigisken kaya skagi peo siagoset mo peo to sigisken mawe te Anthony Taya tap te wit tap mado tansa, and then he chose this day to go be there. I'm sorry to her that she's sick and whatever. I'm not sure the extent. I'm not sure of the extent of her illness, like where she's at right now. But I do pray that she is okay, that she will recover fully, and I'm expecting a good outcome for her.
Thank you. And all I can say to you without divulging any information, Magwatanwa. Sorry. And he needed to be there with his daughter right now.
Sure he'll make the next one,
I'm sure he'll be here for the next meeting if you want to wait till then, or go to a council meeting with
But that's
them
just
there to ask him
that's
that
just the
question.
thing. Everything is so sketchy. It seems like it's hard to come by a meeting. You know, it's hard to attend a meeting because we're all busy. And then that's the thing as well. You chose to have this meeting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when people are at work. Why not do it when people are off work to accommodate everybody? I'm sure a lot of people, I had people inboxing me messages. Can you ask this for me? Can you ask that for me? Can you bring this up? Can you address this issue? You know, can you at least make it so that it would accommodate everybody? Because I'm sure everybody would like to be here.
Can change today, but certainly we can look at that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Come on, guys.
They get me now, or?
Because I'm trying to set the meeting down for a little bit. Can I call you back after, Lester? Thank you. No, we're not breaking right now. Okay. Could I ask for people, at least to give a seat back for now, okay? The body's being released right now. The what? Oh, so we got a few minutes? Okay. I'm doing your presentation there, sir. And that's an update on the Center of Health Excellence. Health Center of Excellence, sorry. You're walking with the mic. And if somebody has any information when that boy is going to be here, let me know right away so we can sit down and be respectful for their time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking some time to allow me to come and thank you for allowing me to take some time to come and chat.
Put your mic close to your mouth, please.
Thank you. Is that better now? Yes. Good. Thank you very much. My name is Dean Archibald. I am currently tasked with the program management of the Healthcare of Excellence. Chief and Council, thank you for having me here today. Nation members, thank you for allowing me a quick opportunity to give you a brief update. As many of you know, over the course of the last 2 years, the campus development has been proceeding for the health center and the accommodations building on Fort Island. We have an aerial shot there. You can, and I know that everyone's far away, so you probably can't see well, and I do apologize for that. I think we can share the presentation at a later date or some of the photos on social media. So, the campus site, if you're not familiar.
Dean, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to thank the finance CFO and finance team to once again come up with a major surplus of our funding of $64 million. So it's getting lost in on all these talks, but they did a really good job, and can you give them a hand, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. As you can see, just from the campus site, or if you can see, and if you're familiar with the site, the construction of the accommodations building is complete, and then the Health Center of Excellence, or the Health Center building itself, is continuing, and will continue throughout the remainder of 2022. The Health Center building is located, of course, there. I'll share just a little bit about the professional accommodations building. The professional accommodations building is a 2,746 square meters, so that's just about 30,000 square feet of residential sleeping rooms for the healthcare staff. That's made up of 46 sleeping units in a mix of 3-bedroom suites, 2-bedroom suites, 1-bedroom suites, and single-bed short stay rooms. So there are full-time or accommodations for full-time staff who live in the community, and then for staff who will communicate back and forth from the outside of the community or within the province. The health center itself, a little bit about the health center. It is a 9,271 square meter, or just about 100,000 square feet. It's a healthcare facility providing inpatient care, birthing, renal dialysis, primary care clinic, and emergency care services, among other items, but those are the highlights. So just a quick aerial shot. I'm hoping that you can see, just in terms of getting some reference for the building, we have the main entrance, we have the loading dock, materials management and storage area at the end of the arrow. The health center also includes the health division and hospital administration spaces. That's fantastic, thank you. We have the mechanical and electrical rooms, the kitchen and cafe off of the cultural hall. Something that's new to the community and to the healthcare services inside the community is a rehabilitation therapy gymnasium. So for physical therapy, movement therapy. We have a cultural hall, which is the main entry into the building and the area where you'll be greeted before you go into, greeted as you enter the facility. We have enlarged conference and meeting spaces in the facility, renal dialysis, future surgical suite, family birthing, inpatient services, diagnostic imaging and laboratory, health information services, the primary care clinic, and emergency care, and an enclosed ambulance bay. So if we talk a little bit about the program that's been undertaken since 2018, 2019, the program was broken into 5 major projects. The projects being CD Package 1, which is tree clearing and site preparation, CD Package number 2, which is site works, CD Package 3, which is professional accommodations building, CD Package 4, which is the health center building itself, and supporting buildings as well, and CD Package 5, which is the site landscaping. Just a little bit of an update on the current state of complete for the CD packages. Of course, CD Package 1 is 100% complete. CD Package 2, which includes the site works, civil works, and utilities, is 81.5% complete. We've deferred the remaining work on CD Package 2 until the fiscal 2023. Just a little bit of information about the civil site works. The contractors with JNR Construction includes on-site domestic water, sanitary sewer, infrastructure, and then surface improvements for roadways and parking areas. CD Package number 3, the professional accommodations building. That building is 99% complete. Currently, the facility has not been turned over to the owner. The remaining work is just deficiencies, punch list items. JNR is using that building and has been using that building since December of 2021 to house construction project staff. I thought you were going to come and take the mic away from me. I'm going to get the hook. CD Package number 4, that's the health center building itself. We're looking at about 84% complete. Substantially complete in May 2022. What substantial completion means, so that it's just clear, That means that the building itself, the construction of the building is done and the building is ready for its intended purpose. That's not completion of the building ready for open, but it's when the contractor has completed their work and then the health center staff, the owner of the building can take the building over and begin to get it ready. So final completion of 2023. So an exciting year in 2023 with completion of construction. CD Package 5, the landscaping package, has been deferred until 2023. I was asked to share a little bit about the project and how it's being delivered, how it was delivered, and some of the challenges that were encountered recently in 2021 and then into 2022. So there was a memorandum of understanding that was signed between Norway House Cree Nation and and Indigenous Services Canada. That memorandum of understanding was signed in 2016, and the purpose of that agreement was for the nation to self-perform the work. It was thought that it would be a community initiative led by community members and the health division. Further to that, the Norway House Cree Nation had a funding agreement signed after that memorandum of understanding, and that agreement was signed in 2018. The project charter outlining the scope of work was signed in 2019, and then contracting work on site began in the summer of 2019. So just to kind of summarize, there was a memorandum of understanding to self-perform, there was a funding agreement, there was a project charter that was done afterward to establish what the scope of the project, the scope and scale of the project would be. In the first quarter of 2021, Norway House Cree Nation Health Center of Excellence Project Director had made a request for additional funding and advised the Chief and Council at the time that and senior members of government with Indigenous Services Canada that there was contracted work in excess of the current funding agreement. At that time, Norway House Cree Nation Chief and Council and NHC Finance immediately took an internal review and commissioned a third-party review of the project to determine why there were financial issues and some budgeting issues on the project. That third-party review was conducted by an independent consultant, and the review was undertaken in 3 components. So the 3 components were a document collection and meetings with the HCE project team, the site reviews of construction progress, and then reviews and analysis of project documents. The independent review resulted in a report that was presented to Chief and Council in September of 2021. A little bit of information of what the report found. I'll just summarize them quickly. There was a decision to locate the HCE campus on Fort Island and make improvements to Fort Island to the sanitary sewer and the domestic water. Those capital funds were not accounted for in the original funding agreement and were not captured in any of the budgeting. Another driver of the capital funding challenges was the construction of the professional accommodations building was not clearly identified in the capital plan. So there was some, wasn't clarity around the cost in the budgeting for that building. There was also a misunderstanding or project's costs necessary to render the facility operational, such as information technology, furniture, fixtures, equipment, medical equipment, were not accounted for in the required capital funding. And then costs for operational transformation and operational readiness were not established, and the magnitude of the funding request wasn't clearly understood. After the findings of the third-party report, Norway House Cree Nation Chief and Council reached out to find some project management assistance for the existing HCE program team. The project manager began collaboration with the HCE project team in early 2020 to work on the project, look at the governance, look at the budgeting and the finance and the scope of work, and try to give assistance to, or not try, but give assistance to the existing team. Since the beginning of 2022, the previous HCE project leaders and the HCE team members have gone on to new opportunities. Upon engagement of the project manager, there were some additional findings which caused additional challenges to the budget. There was a PST exemption in the province that was not achieved. There was an assumption made that we could obtain a PST exemption could be obtained, so that those PST dollars in the millions was not accounted for in some of the budgets. Increased costs of construction. There was claims that as a result of COVID, the cost of construction was increased. Supply chain issues, cost of labor, cost of materials. And then there were construction costs increase related to schedule delays that were undefined and not accounted for in the capital cost as well, that are stated to be as a result of COVID. So what's next in 2023? Our team and the team that we have working on the project is looking forward to wrapping up the operational transformation. For us in the industry, an operational transformation means the work that needs to be done and the training that needs to be completed, the agreements that need to be in place to be able to do the work that they do now in the new facility and take advantage of the opportunities that the new facility will present and the new programs and the new spaces that the facility will be able to provide. Now, with facility readiness, what that means is making sure that the building itself is ready. We've got the mechanical in place, we've got the medical equipment in place, furniture, fixtures, all of those things that the healthcare staff will require to be able to do their job successfully on a day-to-day basis. Operational readiness, a little bit of a difference from operational transformation. Operational readiness is the execution of all of the training, the hiring of staff, the developing of programs, the developing of governance, the developing of administration and management of the facility, increasing the complement of medical professionals from doctors, nurses, hiring support staff, for dietary services, janitorial services, housekeeping, laundry. When we look at the existing building that's there now, and then we look at the scope and scale of the new facility, everything is grown. There's just more space to take care of. There's more space to cover. There are more inpatient beds, so that will lead to an increase in the requirement for staff across the spectrum of a healthcare facility. Again, in 2023, we are looking for the health center construction to be complete. We looked at the dates. We're looking at May to July or August of 2023 for that construction project to be wrapped up, and then also doing the landscaping in 2023. Again, I wish everyone could see. What I did is I did bring a set of drawings. I'm going to offer to put them out somewhere. I'll just take all the food off the back table and we'll put out the drawings, and you can have a look at them, just because I know you probably can't see here. What I did in the next few slides is I wanted to be able to take an opportunity to put up the floor plan and just talk about some of the spaces that are going to be key and very important to the nation in their new facility, and providing healthcare or meeting the healthcare needs of the nation as time goes on and we operationalize these spaces. So we'll talk about dialysis. So the new facility is set up to be able to have 5 dialysis treatment stations, You can see them along the back here. We also have a bariatric isolation dialysis for bariatric patients. And then we have home treatment stations for those who are either coming into the community or do their, and typically do their renal dialysis or their dialysis on their own, or in some cases where you are typically do your renal dialysis at home, but your equipment has failed or there's something wrong with your equipment, and you can go in and do self-care in the renal dialysis. A great space, something that the team is very proud of, and the nation should be very proud of it as we start to operationalize that work. And we are working with the province to be able to maximize the operation of that floor plate and take advantage of the opportunities as it presents. Another one is the inpatient care. So the new facility will have 8 private patient rooms. Each of the patient rooms has a private washroom. We also have 2 palliative care patient rooms with attached family rooms, something that you'll be able to see once we get the drawings laid out. But if you look at the end of the floor plate here, we've got 2 palliative care patient rooms, and then we have attached family rooms, which will be an area where the family can stay and spend time with those in care. The next space that's a substantial improvement is emergency care. So the emergency care space now will have 2 trauma resuscitation rooms. We'll have 1 major procedure room, 2 observation rooms, and then 2 general exam. So you can see this space here is really the large emergency care, and then we've got nursing stations, some admin spaces, and then some triage and some triage spaces. Another exciting part of the building is we now have an enclosed ambulance shed where patients can be brought into the facility in a closed environment outside of the weather. Something that is additionally, there is one of the major components when developing the planning for the new facility was the repatriation of birthing into the facility, looking at keeping young mothers in the community until they give birth, and not have to have them travel outside of the community for high-risk births or for other. A thought just went through my birthing is nothing I know about, so I won't even try to pretend, but the new facility will have a birthing room and have a birthing tub, an infant resuscitation, and then an LDRP. So much improved facilities, and as time progresses and resources allow, the repatriation of birthing. Something that ties to that very quickly, or very importantly, is the surgical unit, and that's something that will be developed over the coming years as work continues with the province to develop that space. My last slide, I promise. I wanted to end on a high note. We talk about economic development, we talk about jobs. One thing that we can say with this capital development and the capital dollars that came in for this project, JNR's reported that they've been able to provide 500, not all at once, so I know the numbers seem skewed, but there have been 500 full-time and part-time job opportunities during the course of the 2-year construction. That has resulted in hundreds of thousands of working hours and equates to about $7 million in wages into the community. There's also an economic benefit of about $4 million. I think it was over 4, but I brought it back down to 4. About $4 million in local purchases, and that's got gas stations, restaurants, food service in the facility, or in the community. So that is my last slide. I hope I won't be. I look forward to questions. How about that? I won't have all the answers, but I do look forward to questions. Thank you for your time. I probably took more than 15 minutes, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Exciting stuff coming down our way, our new health center of excellence. Don't let your mic go yet. Is there any questions pertaining to the presentation we just had? If not, I'm going to stop for a bit. I'm going to ask Alan Albert if you can come up to the microphone there and or get him the mic, please. That young gentleman there. I'm going to ask Alan to say grace for our food, and we'll just keep going with our presentations. Okay, Alan, thank you.
Okay, ipaitan. Las kumano man to, isiminyo siya. Tawi na nagisot siya nilas kumitnan. Isipamo niya, isiminya. Sa winsigen, minagatisip mo tahiya. Anus kita tamat nan, sa winsigen ma isimat ut namaswa. As we take this food, Lord, that you will sanctify it to our body, mind, and spirit. And also will bless the hands that prepare it. And that we always ever be mindful of the needs of others. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen, thank you. And folks, if you guys want to walk down to the back, and we're going to keep doing our presentation. We got the Rossville School Remediation update, Councillor Dave. And you got the 2 and 8 mile remediation will be updated by JNR. And we got the fiber project that will be updated by Jim Rondo. And we got the business center that will be done by Michael Lee. Should we stop for a few minutes till you get your food? Or should we keep going, folks? Dave, with this Rossville School remediation. Oh, Dave's getting ready anyway. Councillor Dave, you want to stop and get yourself hooked up first? Thank you for your presentation too, by the way. Thank you. Councillor Dave, you want to stop, get something to eat first, or you want to just keep going? 5-minute break? Okay, we'll do a 5-minute break. Get your food, folks, and I know that line's not going to take 5 minutes, but wait in line up. And we'll get Councillor Dave Swanson to give us an update on the Rossville School remediation. Ferguson.
Alex, thank you, Jesus. You did, I could spell it. I could spell it, but I forgot the first name. Well, come on, another 9, another 10, another 20. That was a huge. When you showed
Oh, right here. So you just press this light button, and then you. Okay. Yes, that. Then I actually have. Do you need to scroll down? You can use the scroll down button.
You doing? Good, good, doing well, eh? Except, yeah. Well, no, nothing here. I gotta talk to these guys at PDC. They're not, you know, we want the rock, right? Yeah. We need some help. We need mechanics to frickin' go there, and they're giving us a hard frickin' time. Yeah, yeah. They're giving us a hard time. They're swearing at our.
You know what I'll do for you? I'll talk to JNR. Richardson. They have a mechanic.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't want, that guy doesn't want to.
You need that flashing or that blasting.
Yeah.
But I'll get on it this evening, not tomorrow.
Well, our problem right now, our drill is starting. It seems to be an electrical issue. Right. And short circuited somewhere? Somewhere, something. And we think it's a thing called a solenoid. And that thing controls everything. Yeah.
That's right. It's a controller. Electrical component.
Yeah. All right. So.
And you have the part, or you can get the part number?
We got the part number. We can get. I can get it sent up here. But I need PDC to confirm that's the thing, because the damn thing is about $3,000.
You can either go to Richardson. We also have Cobra has a mechanic. They bring in once in a while. So I bring somebody else. But I know we need it.
Yeah. Okay.
Other than that, you have some mostly?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I was looking for a song right here. You're hogging the phone.
I
put up there. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So, the airline.
I don't mind. You know what concerns me? They only have one. No, they have two companies.
So these are the budgets for that landfill process. Where we identify apex criteria, or there's a potential environment concern if we get funding for that, right?
Yes.
I don't care. Like, the truth is that I would say.
And we're going to find more landmines on that. So Rossville, these are sites number 1 there. So I got the mission.
Yeah.
I'd say people are standing, waiting in line. Just keep going, and then Councillor Dave Taya do his presentation. All right. So and there's going to be any questions or whatever after his presentation. We'll finish and can say okay, but. For the folks that are standing in line, just I'm sure can attend on this, so it's okay. So but you want to make sure that we try and complete our agenda that we have before us today. So we got some more items that we need to go through. So after each agendas that are presented, ask questions. We need to ask some questions. All right. And Daniel, my nephew Daniel here, the big guy. He's going to be handling the mic. If you're on questions, he'll run to you, okay? That's why I acknowledge Elaine. She waved at me. That's why I put you on that list. When I said, wave at me, so, but anyway. So you guys, if you're going to indulge Councillor Dave Swanson, he's got a presentation to make regarding the Rossville School remediation. Kanto Negano, underground. Okay? Negusin.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks, everybody. I just wanted to provide an update on the work that's been done. There's the Rossville School, the Rossville School site remediation. And what it is that there's two things that are happening there. One of the things at the old school site is that before when it became a school site, is that the land was leased out to the government, the federal government, and so they built a school. They used it as a school site, and there was some contamination that happened in this area. So before we can get it back into Norway Cree Nation property, it has to be remediated. They have to clean up the soil. Now, of course, in Nayawa, since in Kelowna, what had happened was the 215 of unmarked graves, awasak kagi miskasik, the anomalies that were found, that became a national search for graves of students that went to residential schools right across Canada. So we, of course, had to Kisnan, because we had the sites here in our community, we had to start the search as well. So the first site that we were started was the Rossville School site. And because of before any other work could be done at this site, any remediation, any cleanup, we have to make sure that there's ground searches that we take to make sure that there's no unmarked graves that are in the area. So what has happened is that we've started, we've got a working group from our group, there's myself, Wayne Anderson, Loretta Moat, Corey Smith, one of the finance guy, are the four of us, Sampago, I don't know, it's on Clarence Papanagis, sorry. So there's five of us that are in that group, and we meet with Indigenous Services Canada. The company that we have under contract is Stantec, and we have a project manager as well. That the project manager will look at the remediation aspect of it. Again, we are looking at the grave search part of the overall search. So what has happened is that the process has started on September 22nd, right at the grounds, and this is a map of the Rossville School area. That road. This is the highway that runs around the property. Currently, this is the Machibanun building. Buses they're parked in this area. School buses. This is a parking lot, And this is the ball field area over here. And former teachers are right in this area here. So what has happened is that right around the perimeter of Motei, Kapimigog, this red area, this is where the fence, the highway runs. This is where the old parking lot ran, and the fence right across to the ballpark area and right along the road. So that's the land that was leased out, and that's the land that has to be remediated. So what has happened is that there's two things that were done already. The first one is called a EM38, and that's an electromagnetic. They have this big orange, like a box, that they scanned this whole area here. That's why it's in different colors. They scanned the whole area, just to get an indication of how much of this whole land, this whole area was disturbed to this point. And it also picks up metal with that original scanning. And they said it's amazing. This guy said it's amazing how much metal is buried in these grounds here. And of course, when they tore down Rossville School, they did take away some of the debris, but most of the debris was buried. You know, they didn't dig out anything, they just buried it there. So the second part of what they did here was that they called the GPR, the ground penetrating radar. So they came in twice to do this. As I mentioned earlier, in October they were in, September to October, they were in for about 15, 20 days at Tegipe. They did work, and you see they're broken down into these grids, these squares, these boxes. They had to go one way, come back, go back the other way, you know, so they had to, they took time to mark off these box areas, and they did the scanning. They pushed, it's like a lawnmower that they pushed around, and it scanned the whole area. Now, they just finished, they came back, they had to take a break, and they came back, and they just finished on Saturday. This past Saturday, they finished the work on November 12th. And the next step of this is that all their information is going to be scanned onto the computers, and then we're going to be meeting with them at our next Chief and Council meeting. We've asked them to come and do a presentation, and they'll be able to tell us what their findings are during that time. So at this point in time, I can't tell you what they found on the ground here, but they did, like I said, they did scan the whole area, and they're going through all the information at this time. Now, some of this was delayed. The process was delayed because we had to get the buses, Frontier School Division buses had to be moved, and the Norway House Cree Nation, helped them build a new bus garage. And I don't think they're using it yet. I think there's still the buses. I still see buses going to this area here anyway. So once they're the building, I think they were waiting for some final things to be finished up, but they'll be able to move the buses. And once we get the clearance in this whole area here of if there is nothing found, then they'll be able to start the remediation work. That means to clean up the soil. Now, with the searches that we're doing, of course, there are other areas outside of this that, like Church Point, by the graveyard in Rossville, Hope Island, and of course we have other residential school areas in Norway House. By Jack River School, we still have to search. So as we move forward, probably the next 2 years, that's the work that's going to be, we'll be doing with the searches. So there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And one of the things that we ask for people is to be patient. You know, we'll report when we get information, and then we'll have, you know, from there we'll decide what's going to happen. We have a committee too that of elders and community members that are helping us with this process as well. And we've also asked a number of resources like counselors to sit with us, and they're helping us when we start some of this process. If the people need extra supports, that we will be able to provide to them. And we're looking at having a healing gathering for the residential school survivors. We're looking at in the spring that we're going to have this gathering. So there's some things that are being planned. We're looking at hiring researchers. We're looking at hiring a coordinator. We're looking at hiring people that will go around and interview our community people for us to gather more information. So that's all the work that's going on. It's a lot of work. It's going to be tough at times, but we do have good support from our elders and our resource people. So at this time, that's all the information that I have. Does anybody, if you have any questions, please ask and I can provide.
You can call anytime. You can come anytime. Yeah.
Yes, and then you can also come and see me at any time, or come and see us at any time if you have questions about this, or if there's something else any information that you have also that you want to provide, come and talk to us. You can come and see me, you can come and see Clarence, you can come and see Wayne, Loretta, and we have some other counselors as well that are helping us with this. Oh, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted Magyami. Everybody ate already. See, what I do, Nina, I guess kinomagi go skatsak. They say matsihotsik to pagit the hotsik to get some fish to get tagoskibitsik to the land is and I post a lot of videos and pictures and most Dr. Nawab Maasat dead 26 years. Kaya say me trying I eat off the land. Manami nasis niyan. Ganyan kaya ko na bet tayan, nugit tayan. I have other communities messaging me, come work for us. They said, come do my land base over here. Like York Landing asked me to go over there. And then another community, Easterville, come for a week. Come show us how to smoke fish. Come show us how to make moose jerky. All those things we need to. Kaya the meat truck. It's that's why you see our people, Yagositsik, diabetes, kaya emi tsik off Mother Earth. How I go man, I go see nagatag. I get the good food there. Manayon, they don't put stuff in there. Ngitig mana know whom. She was 95. Agi punumasit ngitig. No sim. Kanagina, what na maski hangitig. I was only 11 years old. I never thought. Well, why would she say that? Mathematics. When I got older, she told me, don't take medicine. Don't take medicine baganto nigitik. Katwa batte na emat chabat se Mr. Guso. I sunya het nigitik. However, still today I don't take medication. I rarely get sick when I ask Pista ko na. Niwigi magama rutak. See, and that's what I bring too. I bring laughter to the community. I post some videos online, and I do a lot of work with language. I do some play-by-play for Austin and Nomad Live, and I throw in some Cree words there, and I really encourage how our language and our, I guess not tamagasa. Maninigi on the spots, but you know, we need more of that in our community. And I hope you guys would I also take hawak, doctors, lawyers. I even took out David Thompson. Who knows David Thompson? David Thompson, he's one of the richest people in Canada. Anyways, there was a funny thing. I was making I was chainsaw carving a fish, and I was chainsaw carving it there. I felt somebody looking at it, and I finally stopped it. Is that for sale to get? You can't afford it, though. I didn't know. I was talking to a billionaire. So what he did was he dropped some money right away, and it just seeked. So I finished it, and I had to take it to Winnipeg. And then from Winnipeg, one of his butlers or someone picked it up, and it went to Toronto. See, I'm always on the land. I'm snaring right now. I'm taking CBC tomorrow to go take a couple of kids we stole. I go tisig Tom, they say, waskawiak. I tried doing a community freezer about 14 years ago. But one of my friends found me $30,000 to get a building and get some freezers to tasamagik the people, eh? So that's not gonna come till April. So I'll continue to feed the community in that way. I hope I get more support. Nagasana.
Lester, thank you very much. Can I ask him, and then maybe Lester, where's the bit then? Bigyan kipagosin namin tagiluta man los katsagos. Economic transit they say you hide, moose hide. The smoke weed chick. So you can make magazine or whatever from there.
I have that soaking right now.
I go say, economic skatsag you gonna mina. Yato ni iskisinano aga kastani tape, tape wihan. Whatever it is that you're doing there, Lester, can ask him. I always like your post to what you do. So the next speaker that we got is an update from JNR. And I thank Dave for your presentation. And I'm sure there's going to be more to come because of the other site that needs to be looked at. So, Councillor Dave, thank you very much. And this young guy is going to introduce himself. You going to do your presentation right there? What's your mission? Jason? Eh? Jaden, you want to do your presentation right there? Or you can come here, it's up to you. Okay. Well, Lester, ay ba't ipagid na yung microphone? Kaya bigyan sumiyafan. But,
thank you. Can you hear me? Everybody hear me good?
Okay, good.
Hello, my name is Jade McGonigal. I'm a project manager with JNR Construction. I've worked in the community for about 4 years now, and I've had the pleasure of working on almost every project that JNR has been involved in. I'm going to go over JNR itself, present and past projects, and some of the community benefits. So JNR is a joint venture between Norway House Cree Nation and Sigvison Northern. Norway House Cree Nation has first opportunity at all employment, equipment, and business opportunities. There are employment opportunities for Norway House Cree Nation members in all aspects of the joint venture, such as operators, laborers, site administration, camp staff, civil techs, mechanics, servicemen, supervision, and trades such as plumbing and electrical and carpentry. Some previous projects we've been involved in is the shoreline protection at 8 Mile Channel, the expansion of a soil treatment facility at 8 Mile Channel, Area 3 and Area 15 soil remediations, which were also at 8 Mile Channel, the bridge at Pine Creek, the Rossville intersection, a pad expansion of a Manitoba Hydro substation, 2 Mile Channel, vertical pipe removal, the Fort Island sewer and water servicing, and professional accommodations. So a little bit about 8 Mile Channel in the past. Occurring in the fall, winter, and summer of 2019, the existing soil treatment facility at 8 Mile Channel was reconstructed and later expanded to handle additional contaminated material that was found at the site. A winter road was constructed to 8 Mile Channel for access and to bring in riprap material needed to complete the project. The project involved the installation of a sheet pile cofferdam along the shore of the channel itself, and the area was dewatered and contaminated material was excavated and taken to the on-site soil remediation area for future remediation. The cofferdam was then removed and the shoreline and outlet of the 8 Mile Channel was protected with riprap. For 2 Mile Channel, JNR also completed the construction of an 11.5 kilometer ice road across Play Green Lake to access the worksite. The road was constructed during the winter of 2021. It not only provided access to the site, but it allowed for the hauling of over 5,000 cubic meters of riprap material to be used in the future for shoreline protection. Due to erosion over the years, dredge pipe, which was once upland, actually ended up within the channel, which you can see here. Portions of the previous shoreline were reestablished. The pipe was exposed and cut off 5 meters below the surface. It was then capped and covered with material, and the shoreline was protected with riprap. Current projects we're working on is the Health Center of Excellence. 8 Mile debris cleanup is ongoing, 2 Mile in-water cleanup, and the Mississippi fiber installation. Uh, 8 Mile Channel summer 2022 operations have completed, and the site and camp was shut down for the season on October 30th. All debris and remediation targets originally scheduled for 2022 summer season were completed. Additional investigative work discovered additional targets that remain to be addressed in summer 2023. Currently, there's approximately 20 remaining known targets at the 8 Mile Channel site. Norway House Cree Nation leadership also raised concerns regarding leaving the waste disposal grounds behind. The waste disposal grounds themselves are 2 general waste pits, which are currently buried at 8 Mile Channel. Manitoba Hydro is to provide documentation to support the cells were installed to industry standard and provide updates on their ongoing monitoring and maintenance. So for summer of 2023 schedule, it includes Area 54 in Waterworks. The new soil treatment cell that was constructed is scheduled to begin its operational phase. So you can expect 10 to 15 years that the soil will have to be aerated annually to allow hydrocarbons to evaporate. And also discussions on how and when marine targets will be addressed. So this is an image of the Area 54 in Waterworks that I spoke of earlier. The green area is upland contaminated soil that we know of. The yellow area is in-water contaminated sediment that was discovered, and the blue area represents roughly where we'll install a sealed turbidity curtain to safely and effectively remove all the contaminated material without allowing anything to release into the channel itself. A little bit about 2 Mile. 2 Mile Channel, summer 2022 operations have completed and the site and camp was shut down for the season on October 28th. Over 50% of the total 1,819 known debris targets were removed this summer. The remainder of known targets are scheduled to be addressed in the summer of 2023. The Phase 1 cofferdam displayed in the photo here currently remains in place as it was unable to be addressed this summer due to high water levels. 2022 winter scope to address the Phase 1 area is currently in discussion with Manitoba Hydro. The intended scope of work would be the construction of a winter road to the site and addressing the contamination inside the Phase 1 area. An additional investigation is also set to occur in February of 2023. This is an area known as the PGL tank area, and it's a swamp area on the midwestern side of Playgreen Lake, which has known targets that are expected to require soil remediation. So the summer 2023 schedule for 2 Mile includes addressing all known debris and soil remediation targets, the Phase 2 cofferdam, which is a water-filled cofferdam installation next to the existing sheet pile cofferdam to address additional in-water contamination. Shoreline protection in the form of riprap along portions of the outlet of the channel, and also discussions on how and when marine debris targets will be addressed. This photo here is an upland soil remediation area. So contaminated soil, metal debris, and asbestos have been found in on-site excavations similar to this, and you can see the scale of it. There's numerous benefits, and I want to go over a few of those. So economic benefits you'd see in the form of labor to date. 1,074 positions with JNR have been filled by Norway House Cree Nation members. Norway House Cree Nation members hold positions as foremans, carpenters, operators, truck drivers, site administrators, laborers, servicemen, camp staff, and safety officers. Over $14.28 million has been paid in wages to date. Norway House Cree Nation members have worked over 529,000 hours on JNR projects to date. JNR currently has 83 employees, and currently 80% of all employees are Norway House Cree Nation members, with 86% of employees being Indigenous. Economic benefits in the form of training. So Norway House Cree Nation members working for JNR have received training in the following areas: fall arrest, forklift and zoom boom training, working in confined space, WMIS, TDG, chainsaw safety, CPR first aid, flag person, supervisory training, ground disturbance, and barge operator training. Economic benefits business. To date, JNR has utilized the services of 20 different Norway House Cree Nation businesses. These businesses are either owned by the band or owned by the community members. To date, JNR has spent $4.53 million with Norway House Cree Nation businesses. And economic benefits profit. Norway House Cree Nation receives profit from JNR projects. All profit is paid directly to the First Nation. To date, Norway House Cree Nation has made $6.1 million in profit from their ownership of JNR. Economic benefits total. JNR reports on total economic benefits every month. Economic benefits have been earned over a 48-month period, and the total economic benefits are over $24.91 million, and that breaks down into $14.28 million in labor, $4.53 million in business, and $6.1 million in profit. These economic benefits help Norway House economy and community development. And thank you for having me today.
Anybody have any questions? That hand right there. That young lady right there.
I just have a question about the contamination, and I guess maybe you can answer or not, but when you talk about the asbestos and all the things that you have found at 8 Mile or 2 Mile Channel, how much of that has filtered into the water?
Good question.
I don't know if I could answer that to date on like what is there and how much has gone into the water. I don't know the full technical side of it. I just manage the projects themselves. But I do know anything that we've done to address it has not entered the water. Like we have strong preventative measures in there that we're handling all these contaminants correctly.
I guess another question, because basically, like JNR and the Cree Nation are cleaning up Hydro's mess. So, what's the conversation with Hydro on this project?
Answered, you don't have the answer.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that one.
Can you turn the light back on? On that type of a question, Mrs. Falster, we need to understand that this project has been around since 2002 or so. There was some hiatus over the years and periods here and there. In 2018, former Councillor Saunders was given a task to work on this file. So a lot of his knowledge and his understanding of the project still remains with him. But since the election 2022, I've tried to take the file on. And so some of the things that we've been doing with this current problem is trying to meet with Hydro, for one thing. Trying to meet with the CEO has been nearly impossible. She seems to be deferring any serious discussions that Norway House wants to have about the matter. So we went to the minister in charge of Hydro. And then the same thing happened. The minister deferred his response to his ADM. So it seems that the province and Hydro are not prepared to discuss the real issues about the contamination / project. So what we're at right now is we're renegotiating what they call a process budget. So JNR, they have a contract to do contamination or remediation. So that's strictly their contract that they use or that they fulfill, using Norway House Cree Nation staff wherever possible. And then a process budget is used by Norway House to oversee the project. So previously, as I said, former councillor ran the program. I think there was a gentleman named Blake Russell that was hired to help assist in that work. And there's local staff as well. So I think Brendan Albert was one of them. Loretta Moat, at one point, was there. So today, our last discussions we had with Hydro on funding the process budget. We haven't been funded since March on the process budget, namely because of the differences in how we want, or how I'd like to see proceed. One thing that I've been pushing for is to have proper community consultations, because I'm sure most of you don't know exactly what is going on in 8 Mile, 2 Mile, and what actual damage has been created or has been happening. But we're at the table with the Hydro to pay for a community consultation process, as well as a community consultation coordinator. So that's where we're at right now. We also had an opportunity to tour with Councillor Apitagan, the north shore of Lake Winnipeg and into the 2 Mile Channel. And it was a shocker to see all that erosion along the shoreline. And there's pictures of this stuff that I'm sure GNR has on their record, but it's a lot of water, a lot of land being eroded and falling into the lakes and into the channel, as well as into Play Green Lake. And the fishermen have expressed very serious concerns about what's happening in that from the erosion. So yesterday I had a chance to finally run into or stop Minister Friesen, who was the finance minister for the province, and he happens to also be the hydro minister. And we basically demanded that he's got to do something. This is not a matter of compensation. Sure, there is going to be compensation discussed, but this is more to do with a solution. We cannot allow hydro and province to continue to destroy our land and our water, and a solution has to be found. So that's the position that we're currently in, that we want them to address the erosion problem, and we can take care of the compensation after the fact. So with that, once we get approval on the process budget, which I expect shortly, then we can start talking about consultations. What does the community want to do? What can we move forward on in terms of finding a solution for that poor management of the system?
I guess my other question is the reason why I asked about the, I guess the remediation, all the toxic stuff they have found there, because it is the main water flow into our community. So if that is getting into the water, has there been any research of some kind to at least state, is it affecting our health as a Cree Nation, as members? Because our children obviously swim, right? So these kinds of things I question too, because that needs to be looked at, you know, from a health perspective. I'm finding there's a lot of illnesses and sicknesses in our community, and we don't know where it's coming from. So I'm just making that recommendation. Maybe that's kind of where we need to go with the 8 Mile and 2 Mile channel research, to research and do some data collection on the stuff that are going in. So
we need to know more, and we're on the same position. The one thing though that I should also stress is that we've put in a proper environmental monitoring company, if I may say that. It's you might know them, Dean. His name Shared Value Solutions, SVS. They're primarily from Ontario and Saskatchewan, and I mean all their staff are all PhD, and they all understand environment. So we've submitted their names into this process budget, which is a lot of reasons why they're delaying further agreements, because that firm will do a far better job for us to understand what is going on in that water. So we're not budging though. We want that firm. We want them to understand what is going on in that project. And I know there's an MIA. There's also a 2016 agreement that kind of hampers us in any past wrongs, but the problem with erosion is not a past wrong. The erosion is a current problem. And their response is, well, anything act of God, it's not their fault. Well, excuse me, but God didn't build the 2 Mile channel. The funny thing is, if you look at the 2 Mile channel as a straight line, so they built up the exit from Lake Winnipeg into Playgreen Lake. They built that up and made the shoreline stable. But in the meantime, all around that, as you're going into the channel, it's eroding. So there's no solution by them. And so what we need to understand is, as a community, what is going on there? And as a community, what do we want to do about it? And that in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, we should have something in place for what our people want to see. So.
Hello, that's it. Good afternoon, everybody. Tyler Duncan, treaty number 413902. I've taken a break from speaking up in public meetings for a few years because I wanted to give the new leader the opportunity to lead us and to support him in doing that. I'm no stranger to speaking up. I'm sure everybody, it's actually this month, 10 years ago, I spoke up in a public meeting for the first time. I was 16 years old. And at 16 years old, I had enough respect to not shout over the chief I was challenging. Today, I was frustrated with the lack of respect that happened here. We can disagree, we can agree to disagree, but we do not have to be like that to each other. We're still one community. We still have to get along. We still have to work together. It's frustrating to see that. The personal attacks, the slander I watched happen here. This is on YouTube Live. Our young people are watching. They're going to think that this circus is how band meetings are supposed to go. We saw a former counselor, a former teacher swearing at the chief. How disrespectful is that? We need to learn how to discuss issues properly, respectfully. We're one community. We're one people. We don't have to be like that. In saying that, the leaders here, I want to say one thing about the appeal. The appeal went to federal court. It was shot down. It's done. It's going to be heard again, and it's going to get shot down again. Because if it goes to federal court again, it's going to be shot down there again. This chief won by 800 votes. What are we debating? He won. Move on. That's enough being sore losers. I only lost by 25 votes. 25 people, just the people right here. You don't see me being a sore loser here. These are our leaders. We should support them. What are we doing? We're spinning our wheels fighting the leaders that we elected. That's enough of that. And in saying that, I want to encourage you guys to work hard, do the best you can. I'll be here to support you guys. And I would encourage you to work hard and do your best while you're there, because when you're not there, and if God allows me to sit there one day, I don't want you guys as former counselors to come here and sound like the professionals who have all the answers when you didn't do a darn thing while you were sitting there. Because that's what I hear all day long here. So I encourage you guys. I support you guys. Keep going. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Give it to Daniel, son. Thank you, Tyler. I really appreciate your comments, and it's too bad Sam left. One of the things that when I was in council, speaking of former councilors, leaders, one of the things that I really wanted to push hard for was to find out why is it our young women were losing their babies in their stomach, or stillborns being born at a very high rate of our population. I wanted to know that. The comment that I got in response back from people that supposed to have been working for us, how do you wrestle a ghost to nail down what the real problem is? But that wasn't the point. I wanted studies to be done as to why, like Sam's question regarding the contamination in our water, the cancer. I just about died of cancer. I'm a survivor of stage 4 cancer. And it's through the grace of God that I'm still here. And I thank every day that I am here. And people want to attack me, fine, go ahead, attack me all you want. I came this close to dying twice. Anybody can say anything they want to me. They will not hurt me. I may get upset, and I will respond back to some stuff like I did here today. Like I didn't agree what was going on here. But I just want you to know, as a past leader, we did try. I encourage these young leaders that are here today, the young chief that we have here today, to take on that battle and find out. It's an alarming thing, right, for me, and the high rate of cancer of people dying. We need to know, is that in our waters? Is that what we have to consume when we take fish off that water to eat? Are we killing ourselves, That is the question we need to find out as well, too. I thank you, Sam, for your questions that you presented here. And fiber people, get ready.
Okay. No, go ahead.
First, my name's Jim Rondo. I'd like to say thanks to James Dixon for bringing the prayer and all the previous speakers and for you sitting this long. The second thing I'd like to say is I used to be really tall and thin before the elevator accident. And yeah, never mind. So that was my joke for the day. I'm here to talk a little bit about a fiber project. They're working on the technology. Basically, I work with a team of people on putting the fiber together. I do not know anything about the construction of the fiber. My job was to negotiate, get money from Ottawa, make sure Ottawa sends their checks, and make sure that we get the proposal done and move forward. The interesting part about the project is it took a long time to come to fruition. At first, we were working with other parties, and they couldn't get the money. And I'm pleased to say that Norway House led the charge, talked to Ottawa, and we were the only First Nation project in Canada that got funded. That's the first important thing. So Ottawa trusted the leadership and the professionalism of this nation to give them $16.6 million of the $21 million project. So you should be proud of that, because it's the only project in Canada that did that. The second thing that you should be aware of is that we're on time and on budget. Okay? So as you drive out 373, you will see conduit was placed over the last year and a half by JNR. Number 2, the fiber's blowing in. Number 3, all the pieces are coming together. Now that's a huge challenge, because what's happened is we've been late on getting this and late on getting that because of COVID. Technology-wise, there's projects that have been delayed 2 and 3 years, and we're still very close to being on time. And so it is proceeding. So that's the first part and the second part. I find it interesting that the technology part is not working on a fiber presentation. The next part, you got it? Internet's too slow. Okay, sorry. Number 2, everyone keeps on asking, who cares? Why are you investing $21.5 million? Right now, you have a speed of 5 megabytes down per second and 1 megabyte up per second. The speed you're going to get is 10 to 15 times faster than that. So in other words, you're going to get 50 down minimum and 10 up minimum. So for those gamers, you're celebrating. For the people who want to watch video, great. And it even gets to the point where if you're on cell phone, I don't know how many times I've been on a cell phone call to somebody, and all of a sudden the call gets dropped, and another call gets dropped, another call gets dropped. The good part is this will move it so that the cell phone will work better. So that's all the first part is the whole thing on the $16.5 million, the contribution from Norway House, and that it's gone. We'll talk to the next slide. Oh, sorry. Most people say I talk too loud. Next slide. Just press the button. So the next part is well, how far are we gone? Well, I'm pleased to say that we're 82% done. So in other words, the fiber's in there, it's been blowing in the line, there's vaults that are purchased, they're about to start all the different connectivity. I'm pleased to say that even Manitoba Hydro stepped up to the plate this summer, and actually they're building a wire across GenPeg. They ordered a piece of equipment which is causing a little issue because it's back ordered. So in January, we're going to go up to 2 gigabytes per second for the community from 500 megabytes. So we're going 4 to 5 times faster in January. And then whenever they get this piece of equipment that'll tie our line into the bipole 3, it's going to go up 10 to 15 times faster. Okay? So this is exciting. And by the way, did I say it's the only project in Western Canada that's on time and on budget? So you got all these Bells and TELUS and Rogers competing. They are going over budget, and over time, we're on time and in budget. So when it says some equipment is being ordered to upgrade, part of it was ordered about 4 or 5 months ago, and it's still back ordered. And so that's what we're waiting to plug into bipole 3. So the other thing is we're going to keep the microwave. So if in a few years somebody damages or some ice breaks the cable, we'll still have the current speed available. Okay? So that's very, very important. Next slide. This is the map. So the green area is all the stuff that's done, and I'll tell you what has to still be done. Okay? There's a couple bridges that still have to go across, and we're waiting for a special wire again back ordered to make sure that we can go across the bridges. We're waiting for Hydro and our group to actually finish the agreement so that we can plug in together. Okay? We're waiting for, and this is the big question, we're waiting for the wire. They're going to take the conduit, go underneath the Nelson by the ferry. Hopefully the drill shot works, and then that's the last big connection. And then we're just going to, you'll see people up on the poles in the next few months to finalize that. So all the way from the graveyard in is going to be on poles. Okay? So that's what's happening now. So the North Cemetery to the multiplex will be on hydro poles. So that you're going to see people up on poles over the winter, and then everything will be all connected up. I've been assured, and so what you see there is it's going to be from 2 gigs of data to 600 megs. Sean Scribe has told me that's really, really fast compared to what you have now. And he says 3 times, but he thinks 3 to 5 times the speed. And then the whole thing should be done spring 2023. Now, the good news is your chief and council is going to be presenting new packages. And it's not new, more expensive packages. They'll be presenting, I understand, new packages to you, which will provide you faster speed, more data, at good prices. So you'll be shocked, because not only will you get better speed and data, but you'll get them at a reasonable price, as I understand. And the next one, here's the last ones. The Sea Falls and a few small pieces still have to be done. JNR is on time and on budget. We still have to wait for Cross Lakes part to be finalized as far as the connections, and everything else is on time, so that it should be working. Next one, John. There's one more. So this is another neat thing. We're talking to service providers to talk about what are your options. Once the fiber is built, the options are unlimited. It means that you can be offered any service that is available anywhere. And so it also makes a big difference on the health complex, because then they have access to the electronic health record. It means that commerce, you can sell anything to anywhere at any time. You're open to the world. It means new careers could be open, like graphic design, animation, broadcast. So this means the new economy is open to Norway House. And so this is really huge. So it's not just the entertainment packages. It's not just your cell phone and better health care and better education. It opens the world. So an example was, on the weekend I was trying to fix some electrical at my house. Well, how did I do it? I did it in Google in real time and replicated what I saw. Well, you can do that. You don't have to wait and delay. And so this is really neat. So the future is open. It's ready. The final note of good news is Canada was shocked, pleasantly surprised that we were on time and on budget. So what they've done is they've come to us and asked us, they said, we found some more money in our piggy bank. Are you able to connect the Health Center of Excellence to the first point of presence? We're going to give you some more money to do that. And we're now in discussions with Canada on how to do that. Now, so it's not just the first time that Canada has come and trusted Norway House. They've come back because your leadership, JNR, and the people here delivered what they said they would, and it's really a good news story. So you should be very proud of what the leaders have accomplished in this job. So the connection will be up in 2023, and welcome to new database and new plans and a great future. I'm open to any questions or if you have any. I forgot the Universal Broadband Fund. The other thing that we have done, sorry about that, we've gone to Canada and said, we're okay with 1050, but what we can do is we can actually bring it up to even higher speeds. So we went to the Universal Broadband Fund. The Chief and Council have presented a proposal. It's about a $12 million proposal to link all the towers by fiber and also put up new new towers, and that will make it so that there is no constraints. And there's also a purchase of a bunch of new equipment, new radios, faster radios. So all of that is also in a proposal that has gone to Ottawa. It hasn't been accepted yet. The chief has been reaching out to Ottawa to get it nailed down, and we should hear back soon. And by the way, Ottawa soon is not our soon. We'd like to hear it very quickly, but the chief is pushing for to listen to what happens to this last proposal. There you are. There's the questions.
Thank you for that. Exciting. I just wanted to ask you, what is your job description? Who are you?
My job is to work with the chief and council to, I'm not allowed to say that I lobby government and get money and get grub. I do whatever's the chief and council leadership wants as far as external relations. So government of Manitoba, government of Canada, and things like that. So we write proposals, we get money, and if they have an issue that they need movement on, whatever councillor is, I try to work on their behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't that a great job description? Thank you very much, and thank you very, very much. It's great being back in Norway House. I can't believe I was here in 81 to 84 teaching. Ooh.
Any more questions? Because we're going to finish off with our last agenda item, which is the, I have one here. Business Center. Oh, Mike. Are you getting ready there, Mike? Michael Lai is going to Lee or whatever, however you say it. I don't want to call him names, but he's going to do the presentation on our last agenda item, and there's going to be announcements like other projects and initiatives that are going to be announced or shared with the folks here today, this evening. But this is what does our agenda. You want to do it over there, or you want to stand here? All right.
Hello, everyone. It's me again, Michael, in finance. I'll be doing a presentation on the Business Center. I'm going to turn the floor, the attention of everybody to the projector here, but I'm going to stand over there as well to walk you through the detailed floor plan as well. So I'll be speaking from over here, but I have a pointer where you can see some of the what I'm talking to. So we
Mike, can you put your mic close to?
Yeah. So we have some exciting news to share with the community. This has been in discussions over the past 4 years to see what we can do as a community to stir up economic activity and opportunities in the community. And one of the driving factors and visions is to allow Norway House to have their own business center. The business center will be used as sort of a gathering place and an economic hub for the community. And the vision for this is to have it actually expanded right here where we're currently sitting. So I'll turn the floor to the photo first. I'm going to scroll all the way down to the first photo, the bird's eye view of what this thing looks like. So as you can see to the right, that's the bird's eye view of the expansion of both the multiplex, which is here. We have our new business center, community store with an expanded pharmacy, and a food court area for as a gathering place for all of our members. That is this slide here, like this poster board here. If you, on your way out, you can take a closer look here. That's this slide here. And in there, one of the primary reasons why we want to go with this business center is this area right here is our grocery store. It's going to allow the community to provide fresh, affordable produce to our members, but more importantly, it's going to have an expanded pharmacy, which is much needed in the community. Right now, we're not capitalizing on the opportunities that exist within the pharmacy. From our analysis and bringing other pharmacists in to review our pharmacy, we're losing out about $1 million a year on potential profits from the pharmacy just because of space. So this new pharmacy in the actual store area is going to drive an extra $1 million of profits through our pharmacy just for the extra added space. There's going to be a convenience store that's at the back there that's going to be open really late. There's been discussions about having it being open 24 hours to allow our members to access basic necessities at any time of the day. And I'm actually going to come stand up here, but the food court area here is going to it's going to provide, I believe, up to 7 or 8 sort of enterprises to be established. So food court businesses where local members within our community can partner up with either the Cree Nation to start a venture, or to perhaps seek bank financing to start their own initiative in this food court area. This area of the slide is our multiplex, and it's going to be renovated and expanded as well through the process. In terms of the photos, this is what that atrium will look like, where people will gather at the food court area, and to the right of it would be the entry to our community store and our pharmacy, and on the back side there is the expansion of our multiplex area. I'll go down into the actual costs and how we're going to fund this after we go through the photos. This bottom section here is going to be our expanded and renovated York Boat Diner, and we're going to have a new community hall that can house, if you can see, I'll scroll down to the bottom here. This is going to be our expanded York Boat Diner, and this is going to be our new community hall that can host large events like weddings and other venues. Chief, do you remember how many seats? It seats about 800 people there in the new community hall. Other exciting news about this new business center is we're going to have a new updated gym for our youth and for our members to access. We're also going to have a mezzanine up here that looks down into the ice rink, or as well as we have courts where people can participate in squash next to the gym, and we have office space sort of designed and built out for resources with sort of KSMA in mind in terms of accessing additional office space for resource development. And there's going to be a top floor as well that's provided for office space here for resource development. So everyone's probably wondering how much this is going to cost. Overall cost of construction is going to be on the first page. My apologies, this clicker is quite slow. Okay, so estimated cost for the project, we're looking at about 27.5 million. This doesn't include some of the retrofits that we're going to have to do in terms of the build out. We've taken out the build out costs for the store as well as other areas, but the total cost of construction for the multiplex renovations, the food court, grocery store, community center, York Boat Diner, we're looking at about 27.5 million. If we factor in our buys and profit, it's about 30 million and change. How we're going to actually fund this is there's a few steps in terms of phases. We're going to be accessing additional funding through, it's called the large cap, what is it called? It's called large cap funding that's available through the province that allows the community to access $5 million a year for the next 3 years, so for a total of 15 million. That's going to help offset some of the costs. The remaining portion of it is going to be funded through FNFA, which is right, where is it? Sorry. I'm going to jump to the actual slide. So, of the $30 million cost, up to $15 million is going to be available through the grant. The other $15 to $20 million, we're going to leverage our relationships with FNFA. And as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, FNFA is First Nations Finance Authority, and through that membership, we're able to access low interest debt to help finance this project. And the most important thing that members need to know, that we're not taking or relying on the profits from this business center to pay for itself. We're leveraging our existing economic development dollars that we've earned through PDC or pharmacy and broadband to be able to borrow the dollars to build this infrastructure. So that's the great advantage. So anything that we've generated from this business center, as well as the pharmacy, the additional revenues that's once this thing's built, we can use to build houses. We can use to address some of our social needs where funding gaps aren't addressed. So that's the real sort of reason why we're sort of proud behind this project, is because not only are we able to access cheap capital to finance the difference, our existing economic profits that we generate from our own source revenue currently will be sufficient to support the debt servicing on this. Some of the benefits that we're going to capitalize from this project is it's going to create up to, we're estimating about 100 to 200 jobs that's going to be generated through the course of this construction. It's sort of perfect timing now that the hospital is winding down in terms of its construction. This project will be coming live so that our members could move from one large project to the next. The grocery store will generate, upwards of $9 million of cash flow based on our analysis. It's also going to be, we're also going to be providing higher quality food products, hopefully, and we can also push more healthier products that are available to our members. It provides the much needed amenities to the community, and what that is that because we own our own store, we're going to be able to be open the hours that we want to be open. As everyone sort of experienced during the pandemic, it was quite challenging to find or to work, at least with our existing partners, to keep stores open during certain hours. But with our own store, we can have it open later. We can have it open during certain holidays if we wanted to, but it gives us the flexibility. We're going to have an increased pharmacy footprint, which is probably going to triple our profits. Right now, we don't have enough space to have medical equipment in there, so we're planning on having medical equipment supplies in the new pharmacy, which would lead to higher profits. It's also going to turn Norway House into a regional economic hub. If you think about our business center, our hospital, and our ability to service the Interlake region during the winter months, it's gonna be an attraction or a stopping point or a meeting place for other communities to come in, not only to access our healthcare facilities, but to access our business center. It's also going to promote opportunities for local entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, there's going to be an opportunity for people who are interested in starting their own business, their micro business, whether it's a bakery or a coffee shop or a pizza shop. There's going to be opportunities to access capital, whether through traditional bank financing or through partnerships with the band, to open up their own enterprises. That's going to instill a sense of ownership and entrepreneurship within our membership. The profits are going to be used to support community needs, for example, housing and increased social needs. But probably one of the other benefits that we're excited about is potentially accessing geothermal as a means to heating this building, as well as heating the Niskaview homes around it. We're still in the analysis phase and doing our due diligence to see if that's a possibility. But that's an exciting opportunity to hopefully, provide more affordable or more cost-effective ways of power or heating our homes in this area of town. And the buildings will be energy efficient. So, with that being said, that wraps up at least the financial presentation of the business center. And on your way out, you can please walk by and look at the slides on your left here, or on your right if you're facing this way. And you can see that there's detailed floor plans on what each of these shaded areas are. But in a nutshell, we're going to have a new business center that we can be proud about, that we can gather and build community around. We're going to have an expanded store and an expanded pharmacy that we could provide our membership not only more options to choose from, but more equipment and medical supplies to access from. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions to that presentation? One Marilyn over there, then Sam, and then Hubert over here.
Mike, who's first? Sam.
Marilyn, York, and then Sam, and then Hubert.
When was there a consultation to ask the public that there's going to be more development? When are we going to start bringing that back? Did the people approve of this? Are you going to start asking the people about what they want?
As a matter of fact, Marilyn, there was a community vote. There was a public meeting, and there's a motion that was passed at that public meeting.
And when was that?
I don't know the exact date. We'll get Denise to get it out for you. The other one is on the community hall or community center. That was through a CAP process back in
I remember
2018.
that one.
So yeah, that's...
Okay, for any other future developments, do you plan on asking the people for, how you call that, to do the voting process to approve what they want?
If we are fortunate enough to have more community development, of course we should ask the community. For example, there was a motion as well to do a bridge at the ferry. That was also a community vote at a public meeting. I can't think of anything else right now, but I'm sure we will continue to meet with the people. You got to remember, this is a new leadership. When we're trying to right the wrongs of the past, and we need some time to make that happen, but we will.
Okay, thank you.
Just about the project, it's a good business venture, I guess maybe some years down the road. But for immediate concerns and issues that we have to deal with on a daily basis is the drugs again. And we need better services for our people who are highly addicted to cocaine and crack in the community, and an immediate plan, and there seems to be no plan in place or infrastructure to deal with that issue. So I know there's health dollars, there's money out there that could be developed. So that's what I'm pushing today, that economic development sometimes doesn't mean generating money. Sometimes we need to invest in our people, and that's to help them with the drug addiction. And I'd like to see that as a plan soon. Like there needs to be short-term solutions, but also there's long-term. This is a long-term, issue, I know that. But I mean, we need to deal with the drugs. We need to deal with the addictions. Where's the harm reduction programs? There's none in this community. They haven't been developed. And that's something that I'm going to continue to voice because our people are suffering. People are killing each other. People are out of their mental health is not well. How are we going to make them well again? Then that's when, it's not until then that we do that our people will start to work. They can't work in those states. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say we need to deal with the social issues at hand. We need a center of some kind. We need somewhere where they can go for help because they don't want to be there. They don't want to be there all the time. And there's nowhere for them to go right now, unfortunately. It's a good thing, as Diane spoke earlier, that I'm a strong mother too, and I've had to help my own child. And we shouldn't have to be doing that on our own. We need supports. We need, as a mother, I know what it's like. So that's what I'm still pushing that. You can build this and make a plan, but I'd like to see a plan on a treatment center or some kind of healing center to happen ASAP. And services to be immediate, because they need it now. Not 3 weeks, 4 weeks, it's like tomorrow, the next day, and the next day.
You took the word right out of my mouth. Obviously, we have issues. The first thing, as a former addict, is you gotta admit that you have a problem. Now, that's an individual person has to do that, not us, not leaders or even workers. What we're trying to create is a community. A community needs infrastructure. A community needs things to happen so people can go to these things and have something else to do other than go for drugs. And the point is that the other thing on a center, healing centers, well, Canada put a moratorium on funding healing centers some 15 years ago. So what we've been doing is talking to FINIB about the old hospital, possibly the old clinic. And so we are in talks to convert that into a treatment center. We have also been talking to Whiskey Jack to increase and improve their services, not only just do children under 18, but start adding adults into the treatment program. We also have a Molson Lake Lodge that has now been freed up from a previous lease. And so we're in talks with KSMA and potentially Whiskey Jack to talk about how we can improve services or else do treatment centers at the lodge. The lodge itself was a huge investment by Norway House Cree Nation that has failed us in the area of economic development. But it could help us with our need for spaces to do healing programs. So we have CMD to develop and build what's needed there. And basically, I think there's 3 cabins that are more or less had its final life. And so we need to replace those, and then we're going to start developing programs. You have to also give us some, how would you say, a break. Like we just had COVID. We couldn't move for 2 years. If we could have stayed the course we were on before COVID, a lot of these issues would have also continued and to be addressed. But we couldn't. We were, as everybody knows, COVID shut the world down, and that includes us. There's going to be an election in 3.5 years. Hopefully we all survive until then. And we can gladly debate on what next programs, next projects, and what everyone wants to see, and we can take it to the people. But I do understand. I lived here most of my life, Nista. You know, I came from a very rough young life, and the first thing that I had to do is acknowledge that I was an addict. You know, that was 20-something years ago now, and that's how we have to betray, or how we can help our community, is by once in a while patting each other on the back, acknowledging the fact that somebody's doing a good job. Like Diane, you mentioned. There's quite a number of people that have improved their lives. In 1991-ish, when I quit, I might have known about 20 people my age that didn't drink or do alcohol, drink or do drugs. 10 years later, that number grew probably about 500. 20 years later, that's grown to about 1,000. So we are going in the right direction, but we need to do more, obviously, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, way back in 2, 3 years ago, that you guys you had somebody else do the look at the site that you guys were going to put your building in there, and they recommended that that site is not feasible. They did a study on it. It was hired by the Norway House Chief and Council. They did a study on it and said that site is not feasible. That's what they said. They were trying to call us to a meeting, but you guys refused to acknowledge and listen to what they had to say. And all of a sudden now, you're going to pull a building where the old garbage dump is and then call it a feasible study. That what happened to that site? And all of a sudden it becomes a big story that you're going to build a nice, good the way I look at it, we're just if you take a look at the young people now and you try to ask them to work, and if you take a look at them when they come to the welfare office last 2, 3, 4 years while I was there, just none of them want to work. They're making money, more money than you guys are making by selling drugs. You know that. Look at their houses. Look at their buildings. They go right outside in there. They got more stuff out there than us that been working for 30, 40 years. And then they got all that stuff in there. They don't need to work. You're just letting them come and go. Letting them come and go how they please. If you're standing there in the middle over there at the ferry, I bet you anything in there, every day somebody else is, they don't have to do it. They send somebody else to do the dirty work for them. And these guys, they don't care as long as they get paid. They make a drug run for somebody, they come in. And then you ask you to build something like this, and expecting these young people to work. It's like you're dreaming something in there. Look at all that money that's going to cost, 50 million, you said. Nice try. But a lot of the stuff in there that it might work, but it's going to take a lot of you. Just imagine trying to put some people in there to work. It's going to work for maybe my relatives. I could graduate them and put them to work in there. But you should have done an inventory and ask the young people what they think about it. But what's in there? He said a pharmacy, but who runs the pharmacy? His son-in-law, right? Things like that. But you still have to worry about if it's feasible to put a building in there. They hired 2 people in there to do it. They were going to do a presentation, and they told us it's not feasible. That was so I don't know how you guys managed to say it's feasible. Who did the study?
I have 3 daughters at home. They're not working because of comments like that. My kids can't work in Norway House for the band. So they're at home. So be it. Until we can change our culture and our attitudes in this nation, we're not going to get very far. That facility that you referenced, former Councillor Hart, was rejected by the previous council. See? This new council came in and supports the growth and development and improvement of our nation. And I really, really congratulate them for acknowledging that and seeing the potential. If you're saying our people can't work, then there's a problem. We've got to solve that problem. It's not by giving up. It's not by chasing good leaders out of the way and try to find better leaders that will listen to the people and take our band into a position where we can't even make payroll. Like, go back, think about it. How long have we went through that? Former councillors, former staff, current staff. Don't put down what you obviously don't support, but give it an opportunity to let it try. If the worst case scenario, if that doesn't fail, we'll turn it into something else that future leaders want to turn into. The point is that we need to change. We need to do something for the youth. They are dying because it's our poor leadership from the past. So we need to do something. And this is something. But it's not the only thing. Now you ask me who should be the ones to speak or who should make the decisions. If I come here for every decision that's required, what's the point of having a chief on council? You might as well be a socialist community, or in other words, a communist community, where you have everybody treated exactly the same. The trouble is when you have that type of a leadership or a community, it ends up being only the top of the ring gets richer and richer and richer, which I can tell you that's how this reserve was run for many years. But as you can tell, I haven't said much about what happened in the past, because I'm trying to leave everything in the past and let's look forward into the future for our youth's sake.
Thank you. David Albert in the back there.
Just you haven't answered the question of asking you about the building not being it was already put into a study that it was not feasible. We're not worried about what the future is like. Everybody else has his own projection of what the future is going to look like.
Hubert,
we all have.
Can I answer? That study you're referring to, do you know what they said? This gentleman that we respected and thought he could do a good job of doing a feasibility study, he told us, go repair Northwest Company's store. Go increase and give them more footage so that they can make more money. That was what the report said. Now, Northwest Company has a 40-year lease in Norway House that they will not break, that they will not renegotiate. So for us to turn around and say, okay, let's get Northern more richer and richer and richer while we get poorer and poorer, that's just poor judgment, and that's not the way our nation wants to move. The old ways are gone. Let's move forward into a new direction where we care about each other and that we can actually let somebody get ahead of us, get ahead on their own. We can't be pulling people down all the time.
Hello. Ayun ngayon mutaman. Niskapiu. Na spit sa iyo the reason why ay miskot naman ma to ay you Niskapiu housing. Because they're going to move my daughter over there. And the reason I'm talking here, they're going to move her over there to a swimming pool. And I skip those houses over there, and nothing being done about it. I suggest that you stamp my first daughter, they send her to 24 units. There was just garbage in there, and we had to clean up. It took us 2 days to get that garbage out of there. And that's embarrassing, you know. We need to concentrate housing instead of these beautiful buildings that you guys gonna build. You know, kitimagi so sa gihok niskabute gajik, but they have nobody to hear me stamawatzik. You know, I prefer my daughter that the house there that he been given to be moved or lift up or something. To open into those niskabu houses. Mula ko sa amin unawan, itaga tayo gitani at hawas sa gitani sik, itadayig, inanis kipigiwasi ka na. And nobody can do anything about it if you tried, but there's still a monster down there that's going to creep up on you. You know who that monster is? It's that mold that comes up from the egg, from the bottom. Tabi mistahi hong itanamutin mistahi big numbers. Yan mutamik. What about the people? Higit I need mistahi gabit kitawentinalo waski ganigain instead of our people pakantida tested tanis kita. I think we need more proper houses than that. Kami yung mistake at tanamutin na mas kigi. Sabi mistake nyo about this still. What can be done? Even you talk about waterways, I say it's too late now. As I'm so natin kinipiminano. Hai true, so natis chigiwase. Agot tagus, tagus gistanta about this mining. Agot tagitayo was me at Swanat and Katswanat Tana with Osti.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Mr. Higeon, Takanotes Konegane, Higi Pemamani Nanwa. Nistani Pemani Agitagipe Nigania Notana. Agoni he was Kagana, Miss Hutaman, Niska View, 2010, Agustano. 24 unit, 2002, Agustano. Trailers get down, I think there's about 100 of them, get down back in 2001, 2002. No houses for not 6 years straight, but in periods, probably, I think it's about 12 years. Mojisu Stano Askagana over at 22-year period. So all this stuff, all this stuff is now fell into our laps. Everything's right here. Kinosta. Kinaga inosunegoyen kinosta. So, Niska View, where do they go? And who do you pick when they get to be if you move numbers 17, 18, 20, whatever, what about number 34, 35, 30? Who do you pick? Who do you move? And where do you move them to? We're really struggling for a land base. I think that used to which is why the Rossville School remediation is a very important project to move forward. But that government moves slower than a snail sometimes, but we're trying to move that land, to revert it back to reserve, and possibly for housing.
24 unit. Agoni gasket now $2.5 million taustanwa. So we sent in an engineer to go and the last report I got was that 24 unit might not even be able to be fixed. I had to put it back as an apartment building. But in the past 6 months, Councillor Henry has been working with the homeowners at the 24 unit to find them other places to live. So they've slowly started to move people out of there into either a Toniska view or else even to other trailers, whatever is affordable. So that's what we have to plan, or that's our limitations. We don't have unlimited funding. The federal government's responsibility is housing. It's not the Norway House Cree Nation's responsibility. But unfortunately, the federal government has done very little to address housing on reserve. And you can go to the internet, you can go to YouTube, you can find hundreds of stories about how bad things are. You can even talk to the former councillors. They did a video, they talked about poor housing conditions. I go by 2018. If you apply for a house in 2000, I had nothing to do with it. In 1998, the band was in financially strong position. By 2005, the band was 70 million in debt and they didn't even build anything. But I understand the history of Norway House probably better than most. Because I sat there and I got tortured and I got lit up and fired for asking questions. In 4.5 years I've been chief, I haven't fired anybody for voicing their opinions. And I don't plan to do so because everybody has the right to speak. I sure hope so, Dave. It's an ongoing concern. If you go back to your famous book, you hear all these troubled houses, troubled places, mold remediation, broken windows. You know, at Nista, I got a band house. We had mold. You know what we did? We cleaned it off and repainted the wall. That's the solution if you really want a solution on your own. As far as the band is concerned, it's pretty hard for the band to address 600 to 700 houses. If only we had responsible owners and did what needed to be done, and then the band could accommodate Gisto. Here's a good example. Like right now, we can order $10 million worth of material, but we don't have the manpower to go fix those 500 houses that are needed to be fixed. And you know why? Because Frontier School Division did not have shops, I think they used to call it, for up to 6 years. So our young people weren't being taught how to hold a hammer, how to use a measuring tape. For 6 years, from 2011 to 2017, no houses were built. So our men and women that used to be carpenters, they got older. So when we started building houses in 2018, we had the choice to make. Either we can keep all our staff under housing and let Mr. Goswa come and build a health center, which would have been a whole totally different conversation here today if we did that. But we gave them an option. If you want to go work for them, then we will allow and we'll figure out a way. Kinnan, Norway House. So it's been really a big struggle to fix, to address everything. We've addressed a lot of things and we will continue to address more. But you know what it'll take? It'll take our own money. I can't go to the bank and borrow $35 million for housing because nobody wants to pay rent. But I can go to the bank and borrow $35 million for a store that can possibly generate up to $20 million a year once we get Northwest Company out of Norway House. You'll hear, I did an interview on this with CBC. See, if I was such a dictator, if I was such a bad person, I wouldn't have invited the CBC News to come and do a whole week of stories here. I'm trying to be open, I'm trying to be transparent, and no matter how much you hate me or don't like me, I am going to fix Norway House, for at least as long as I'm chief. But it takes Sunyao. tell me, can you drive to Thompson with no money? Go shop with no money? It's the reality. You know, people will say about me, he's greedy, he's only looking at buildings. That's how little you know me. I made a mistake when I was a young counselor, and I was investing in a business that I thought that would at least be able to sustain me so I can speak my mind. But when you're sitting here, the previous especially, and previous to that, if you don't have any education, if you don't have any experience, as soon as you're out of this office, you're basically back to the welfare line. So I didn't want that for me and my family. So I made a mistake. I lived up to it. I continued to do what I could to survive. But I fought corruption twice. Once was against the MKO chiefs, and I stood and fought against 31 chiefs. I lost because people that have power can do whatever they want, especially people that abuse their power. I come home, thought I had a job. I helped fix this place up to where it was in shambles, helped the diner get back on its feet, made money for it, went to the hotel. I did the job of 3 managers and I was alone. I come to a public meeting to voice my concerns about a possible action that was being discussed, and guess what? I lost my job. I tried to help these 4 counselors because they were being abused by the chief. They didn't stand up for me when I lost my job. So I didn't sulk and go sit around and get drunk all the rest of my life. I went back to school. I went and got a degree so that if I come back, I wanted to help somebody get to become chief. I didn't come home to be chief. I came home to come and help. So a chief needs a team. I have really strong counselors now that I didn't have before. And I was really looking forward to moving really a lot more. My first term, I had chief counselors fighting me the whole 4 years. But I didn't come crying to the band, crying to the community about it, but I tried to work with them. And so today, we have an opportunity to solve some of our problems, and the opportunity is building a business, economic development, that'll not only increase jobs, but it'll also generate the money we need to fix our housing. That's the ultimate goal, and we can do it. You can even do it better and faster if we learn to trust a little bit. Like I said.
Thank you for that speech. I never stated once in this meeting that I did not agree with any of the projects that are happening. I support the housing, I support this thing, but there's issues I'm saying and I'm stating and I never got an answer to yet. I know there's long-term goals as to how we're going to deal with these issues, with the drugs and the addiction and the supports that our people need for mental health. That still hasn't been addressed. I was a leader here before, and I did voice myself, and I did the same thing that I'm doing now, even if it was against the chief or any other counselor, because of the integrity of my role. And as a woman, I think that as a man and as a woman, we think differently. I don't think nothing like a man, right? You don't think nothing like me. So we're 2 different people. I mean, we come from 2 different perspectives. You need to understand that. I'm not here to bash you. I'm not here to say bad things about you. I'm trying to get it through to you that our people need help. Now. Not tomorrow, not 2 years, 3 years down the road, now. You know, it's so heart-wrenching to see our people get killed. And the violence is increased. And I'll keep saying this over and over again because I'm not getting my answer. What are we going to do? Or, you know, I'd like Dion to speak on this because he's the health portfolio. I think you've done your part, Chief, to explain.
Just one
because
point.
I think we've heard what you want to do
So you
and
hear
who
this.
you are as a chief, but I want to ask Dion.
Please, I didn't answer your question. we have developed a drug policy. So starting January, staff members of Norway House Cree Nation, and we're working with Frontier and KSMA that every staff member to be tested for drugs. Not to penalize people, not to try to fire people, but to try to find healing and a solution.
That's for staff, thank you, but I'm talking about the general public.
Maybe I could have elaborated better earlier.
Yeah.
But like I did say before, we are meeting with different people from different organizations to try to collaborate, because this ain't a Norway House only issue. This is an issue that's across all First Nations. And trying to ask for help from different places is sometimes hard, because even though their resources are stretched pretty thin. So I've been, just the other day, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I met with Dr. LaValle. He's interested in coming here and working with us, also collaborating with us. And also we did get funding for an opioid team and having conferences and so on. So that's where I started discussing with Dr. LaValle for him, because we need people in that field to help us in that way. But as for infrastructure and options out there, again, trying to deal with the government to release funds is not an easy thing, and you're very aware of that too. So, but forward thinking, we've been working hard, and we've been discussing what are we going to do with the old health division, what are we going to do with the old clinic, what are we going to do with the whole hospital compound area, what are we going to do with Pinawachi, because there's buildings that we have in the community that we can possibly look at. Even there was another gentleman here earlier today asking about Philip Evans. We need to expand on that program. That it is a very good program. There's a place for men to go, and we talked about expanding. Can we do an outreach program through Philip Evans? Can we have an extra room where they can come and change, shower up, and go to work and come back there and do those kind of things? Because from there they can have an outreach program through there. Then that's where I think if once we get our funding for a new Pinawachi, we discussed that. We just invested 2.5 million or 2.8 million in repairing and fixing Pinawachi and all those extra costs there. So we talked about, while we are spending so much money, what are we going to do with that building? So that's where we started talking, can we flip that into a treatment program for our community? So there's a lot of work, and I do apologize if it does seem like I'm not doing nothing, and I don't like saying this is what I'm doing. I like coming with results, and until I have some results, there's nothing really I can really prove to you. So if I don't want to just give you a lip service, tell you this is what I'm doing, without showing you results. So again, my door's open. We can always meet and discuss, and like I said, I do need help. We are working, all the staff, they're all doing their best to try to address these issues, and I know even the staff themselves, like, there's only one of me in here, there's only one of me in this department, and when I'm asking for them to do more, then there's a little bit frustrations, and our system is stretched so thin within Norway House Cree Nation. It's been the same for almost 20 years, and our population has grown so much. And now we have a young generation of young people that looking for service and support, but they can't because they're only capable of supporting so many people. So I hope that helps a little bit more. Like, I've been working, trying to do more.
It kind of does. Well, kind of, but addressing the drug issue, if there's bylaws that are set in place, how come they're not being utilized and enforced? I don't really believe enforcement either. But I mean, having services where people can go, because really there's nowhere to go. That's what I'm saying, and it still didn't answer my question. But I'm just saying that in the future that we need those immediate. Like, it's if you want me to come and talk to you or whatever, yeah, I will, because I think it's a plan that you need to be put in place for our people. Yeah. I do my own personal counseling and whatever, on my own time, and I do it for free. And it's something that I do because I've always had connection with community. But at the end of the day, like when we're talking about health, like it's very vital. The services are suffering. The people are suffering. They're driving out of town. This is so it's not really, like, those kinds of things need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not something, I've never I'm not doing this out of disrespect. As leaders, you have to answer the difficult questions. That's just how it
I
is.
don't really take it as disrespect. I do
Yeah.
feel it's more of a marching order from our people, and that's
Yeah.
where I'm taking it today. And that's
Yeah.
where I take it from here when I go meet with our directors, our managers, and discuss what else can we do to make it more well known within the community. This is what we're capable of doing. What can we do more within the community? So that's where we got to come out and share more information with the community. So I do agree with you. Maybe we should come back and do a much better presentation to the community on what we do offer, what we can offer, and what we should offer. So I hope that would work.
Yeah, and I think that, well, that's good to know that you will do it that way, but just to let you leaders know that there's also us women that are gathering to discuss some of the issues that are not being dealt with, like the drug addiction, the addictions and the drugs in the community and all of those things. So, we are going to speak about them and we're going to talk about it together. So I think it's something that moving forward, you were approached to have a women's group as part of your leadership and to allow us to help you, to discuss these certain issues. And I think it's only fair that, you're all men. And I think, you guys think the way you do. But as women, we're more, we have different hearts and feelings when it comes to decision making. So I just wanted to make that comment, but also that I did develop a constitution for Norway House Cree Nation. And it's called self-governance model. And the self-governance model is just working with the people, giving, the people are the power, that. And it states right in the political structure. It's just working with everybody and saying, we could give you so much power if you would just share and do the consultation stuff. It would be such a powerful process for you all if you decided to go that route.
Okay, well, I do look forward to meeting with you again there, Sam.
Thank you.
Again, my doors are open.
So, Samantha, just we have also been selected to be one of the communities to develop a anti-gang initiative. So that's on the go. But I think we have Gilbert Fredette and Johnny Meikle, I believe, are helping to develop that program. There's also, Norway House is also selected out of the 5 Northern First Nations to develop our own policing program. So that's another thing that we're looking forward to. Right? Okay.
Hi, my name's Janice Chartrand. I actually have a gazillion questions, but this is just actually to go from what David was talking about the housing and Niskaview, and not just Niskaview, everywhere. And so when I was looking at this, and it has the housing, whatever on here, it doesn't say anything about the 500 houses. We heard about it on the news, and so I thought maybe you would share about it. So I didn't find anything in here. If you can elaborate on, we're supposed to be getting like 500 new houses over 10 years. I'm hearing now, but I mean, it's just so, nothing's clear. And how come we didn't hear about it and why is it not in here? But if you have anything to say about the program, the agreement, how this came about, because I'm just hearing different things. It would be nice to just hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Excuse me?
Not as an insult or disrespect. Figure of speech.
How to best answer that question would be, Norway House Cree Nation has reserve land. Now, because of our TLE as well as our NFA lands, they're still being going through the system. I think TLE, we have about half of it already, 60,000 acres roughly. NFA has none. Alan sitting over there, he might be able to elaborate on that, but NFA has no actual land converted to reserve yet. About a month ago, they finally did put about 50-something thousand in the queue, as they call it, meaning it's in the system. They have to do all their necessary surveying, I think is what's needed. So when the announcement came about the 500 houses, I mean, we're trying to quantify what it is that the government owes us or should owe us for their mistake. So initially, when we started complaining or going after their mistake, we were offered $50,000. $50,000, that doesn't get you very much. So we went high, right? We're not going to negotiate low. So we got right now we're quantifying it. It's about 2.3 million is what we will end up getting, but it's not all in cash. There is such thing as examples tree planting. So tree planting is about $150,000 was provided by the province to teach and train our youth or whoever to go out and pick up cones and then go plant. So that's part of it. Okay, so that's part of it. And then we also said that the trees you cut, they're trying to make it. They made an announcement. So Norway House negotiated a 45% profit sharing on stumpage fees. So that's what they offered. And in that particular section that was cut, I think the amount we would have received was about 50,000. So it's 160, so about 40% of that. So I said no. I said I want 100% of what you cut. We don't do that. Well, you're doing it now, so we got 100% of it. So that's part of it. And then we started thinking about what else can we ask for? Like we have against the ropes kind of thing. Well, let's ask for logging rights or cutting rights to harvest. I don't know how many trees. Well, we have enough to build 500 houses. That was kind of how that came about. Now, from my understanding, that 500 trees or houses equates to about 4 million trees over a 10-year period. Now we have a sawmill that sat in a box for 3 years, but it was opened in it was opened in 2018. So they've been really, really trying hard to get the skill, and it's hard. It's hard work. It's not easy to be running a sawmill. But Mr. Bud's doing an amazing work out there. He's training young guys on how to run a mill. So I think we've got about 3 mills all together now. But the trouble now we're running into is that the trees that are worth cutting or using are now getting harder to get, that are on reserve. So that's where this off-reserve component comes in. So the province now has given us full access to all our resource area to cut as many trees as we need to do 500 houses. Now to cut 4 million trees is probably going to be past our lifetime. But you know what, you go high, you hope for the best, and then you keep going. But it's easy to say that, it's easy to say on 500 houses. But it's hard to do. Log housing used to be tried in the 90s, and that became an issue because one house, I was a counselor at the time, it cost the band almost $720,000 for one log house to build. And it was just it wasn't feasible to continue building log houses at that time. So I think it stopped, but it doesn't mean it can't happen again. So they've been working to redesign the different type of house that doesn't have to be full round logs. So they have full control of how they want to do this project. Alec Budd and his team. But 2 weeks ago, we ran into a question where we're trying to develop a new program to build houses, and the prices on the material was actually pretty good. But the roof, like a rafter, that was $2,000 for a 24 by 24 house. That's almost 30% of the cost. So today, or actually last week, our team are now looking to price out. Let's make our own rafters. How hard could it be, or how expensive could it be? So that's sort of now the kind of the plan now is how do we make specialty products with all those material we have, right? So there is ongoing planning. There's ongoing suggestions, ideas, and if you have any, by all means, we're all accessible by Facebook, except those ones that I blocked. But I am accessible from other sources, and I will unblock eventually, especially when I'm out of this job. Hopefully not right away, but yeah, I think that answers your questions. 4 million trees is what it equates to. 500 houses is what quantified the amount. Now, in 10 years, if our plan works, we will build more than 500 houses in that 10-year period. It's not the number wasn't never necessarily the what we wanted. It was more of a quantifying the negotiations. Now, if we say houses, it's far more. It gives the argument more weight when you argue against government. When you tell them we need houses, if I tell them I need logs, you get it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We got 3 speakers to go yet. We got Irene, Lorraine, and Alan in the back there, and I'll try to wrap that up. And because we got some more stuff there that on the agenda that needs to be discussed.
Good evening. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak. Part of me felt like I had no right or no business trying to come and speak because I don't live in the community, but I am a band member. I haven't lived here since my daughter was 6 months old, and she's 25 now, so it's been 24 and a half years since I've lived here, only because I couldn't get a house. And it's hard for me to come back home because I don't have that land base for myself. Never had. And I understand the complexities that the leadership has to go through to get these housing. I totally understand that. I also want to acknowledge you for doing the best that you can right now, even after the 2 years pause that was placed on our community due to the pandemic, and how that held back a lot of the progress that could have taken place in our community. But my concern too was, although like I'm reading on the news that all these drug busts are going on in the community, and seizures and everything like that. And in my mind, I think about the people who are dependent on those drugs. And when Samantha spoke, there's a lack of service. There's a huge service need for people who are dependent on those drugs. And in terms of addressing that drug crisis, and she mentioned a lot on that, and it's true. I like that leadership is looking at the physical aspect of our community, but the root cause of what needs to be addressed is that drugs and mental health. That is very important, and we're losing a lot of our youth because of that. A comment was made at our training that we have to nurture resilient youth when they go to school. But how are we going to do that if we don't have the services to provide to those youth that are going through, who have gone through a loss, who are going through a mental health crisis? Also, I think about the frontline workers who are not well equipped to address this drug crisis that's going on right now. I can imagine that they're very burnt out. I can also see that the justice on the justice part of it, that those workers are overworked. So what kind of support services are going to be put in place for them? I'm just thinking about the whole aspect of our sacred circle, the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. That's how I look at it. That's how I'm coming from it, looking at things. And I'm also looking at the fact that I was told that there was a presentation that was going to be given by Manitoba Hydro. I know some years back I had mentioned that I was working on something, and I'm still working on that, and I'm still working towards that. You know, and I still want to hold Manitoba, Canada, and the province accountable for the destruction to our traditional way of living, because I lost family members too, who lived off the land due to cancer. You know, when Mike was I think that was Mike that mentioned that there was he survived cancer. I survived cancer, and unfortunately there are some other people that weren't so fortunate. You know, when I think about that and the destruction that Manitoba Hydro has done when they built that two mile, all that was built before the province can say, yeah, that individual kept moving forward with the development. Not realizing that when Gempega was built, he was over budget after 8 Mile. And because of hydro development, all the other Cree nations are suffering. You know, and I'm still moving forward to becoming that lawyer to hold them accountable, because I feel that that's what I'm told to do. I have to ask, you know, where are the environmental reports that were done at that time of the day when Manitoba Hydro first developed? Did they follow the legislation of the Environmental Act at that time? And what did that Environmental Act look like? Where's the environmental impact report from that day? And where's the environmental report to the mining? Do we have access to that? You know, will we have access to that? And I'm only speaking passionately about this is because I'm thinking about my grandchildren, and I'm thinking about my Japans and my great-great-grandchildren to come, and the ones that aren't even here yet. I want my family, my descendants to have a community to call home. Sure, the 2.5 million sounds good, but I want to know what the environmental impact will have on the people that are the ones that haven't even arrived. Are you looking at that? When I looked at the picture of 2 Mile, I went to 2 Mile. The vegetation there looked okay, and it just looks all raped. It's raped. I even had the privilege of going to 2 Mile, and I did a water ceremony there. A friend of mine took me all the way over there to do that ceremony. You know, when Samantha talks about that woman council, I was there when I presented that presentation. I spoke with Lorraine Muskego. And it is important that us women need to have an equal say in the decisions that are made regarding our community. We come from a different perspective. And we see what needs to be done, and we need to bring that balance together and work together in making our community strong. And that woman council will allow that to happen, because without your grandmothers, you wouldn't be sitting there. You know, we are the true caretakers. Now the women are grandmothers. We are the true teachers, the original teachers of this community. I also mentioned that, you know, I spoke to a lot of elders, Kayasis, Nauts, why they don't attend meetings, and they said they don't listen to us anyway. Our elders are being marginalized. Our youth, they want to say, they have so much to say, but even them, they're being marginalized, and they're not being heard or validated. What can you do to make sure that our elders and our youth come here and share their concerns with you without feeling like they're not being heard? Because it's very important to have everybody's concerns. You know, when I got here, I missed all the commotion here. I really don't understand why there has to be another appeal. I mean, that's a waste of time. We need to start moving forward. I accepted that you guys were elected But at the same time, we as women need to be part of the decision-making process as well. Those ladies that work by there, they have a lot to say. In terms of those services, I had
sorry,
offered.
Irene, before you move on, let me answer that question about the elders or the women's group you mentioned. So the question was at the time, anyway, the way I understood it was you wanted the women's council to sit in adjacent to the elected councillors, which is not really our right to do that. We need the community to elect you to be able to do that. So what we had asked Frida Albert to develop is something that could actually be useful, so that a woman's advisory council of some sort. But what she's trying to figure out is how do you get select people without giving us, okay, we'll pick two names, you pick two names, kind of thing. So what she's doing is she's going to advertise for women primarily to apply to sit on that council. So at least that way we can have an open call for all women. Okay.
That's good. Thank you for. I feel like we were heard that day when we went and met with you, and I appreciate the update. But yeah, it's good that you're having all these beautiful buildings being built right now. But we also have to look at the epidemic that's going on right now, and we all know what that is. You know, so Dion, I would also like to work with you and share some ideas with you on how we can bring those services here. You know, one of the things that I wanted to do was speak with the community members, and discuss some of the things and how they've been impacted by the violence in our community, by the drug epidemic in our community, and put those ideas in a report, while at the same time putting that data in that quantitative and qualitative report, the data into that report, and sending it off to the government and saying, you know what, we need this. While at the same time I bring a proposal so that you guys can implement here and provide that to the community members. I had that all set up. You know, but my initiative was turned down. It was turned down. Because I think that our community members have valuable knowledge to share with you and with the government. And they need to be heard. Also, I have a question about the cows and plows. I understand that this is a hot topic. Where are we at with that? You know?
We're still looking for some cows. Just kidding. A bit of a problem we ran into, Irene, and that's because the treaty that was signed in 1875 in Norway House, those people left. They negotiated farmland. I think it's where Riverton is now. Well, it's Fish River that moved, but it's where Riverton land is now. But if you go speak to them, they'll tell you they got marginalized and pushed off to where they are now in Fish River. So then in 1908, the new people that settled in Norway House, and many of our ancestors probably, they signed another treaty in 1908. So the cows and plows is a little bit more complicated for Norway House because of that scenario. And they haven't come to any settlements for Treaty 5 because we really don't have farms in Treaty 5. So that cows and plows program was for bands that had farmland. So but it doesn't mean it's not proceeding, it's just going to take a little bit longer to move it. So.
Okay, so those are the concerns I wanted to bring forward. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak and to share my concerns with you. I also want to send my sincere condolences to those that lost loved ones recently. Okay, like I said.
And now, just a quick little response to your question regarding Manitoba Hydro and where their permits came from. They did whatever the heck they wanted back then. They didn't need no permits, for your info. Lorraine, and then Alan, and then Janice, you had a very good quick comment or question? Janice?
My name's
I'm gonna
Lorraine. I
finish
just
with you,
have a
Janice.
question here for Sam. Since you're talking about treatment centers, how come you didn't build one when you were in council? Because strike's been going on over 40 years. Why now? Yes, we do need one, but nothing was done about it when you were in council. No, you're too busy of kinagape your degrees. You never thought about treatment or helping out other people. So many times I went to go see you. Many times, and you didn't even help me at all. So as your daughter.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that was in the past.
Lorraine,
That's in the
Lorraine,
past.
I'm going Lorraine, go on.
I'm just
Go on.
asking, how come you
Go on.
didn't try and build
Go
a
on.
treatment center when you were on council? That's the
Go
only
on.
question I have. Okay.
So when I was in council, what had happened was I was able to transition Whiskey Jack Treatment Center to a family center. I was a portfolio holder at that time because I really believe that families need to heal together. So when I was a counselor, that was my role and that's what I did. I did support the treatment, but I also believe that parents and children should stay together. And that's when I was the portfolio holder for Whiskey Jack, I was able to do that, so families could go and heal together. So that was my role. There was also a lodge built there. There were trailers taken there, so families could be together. So that was my part. And as far as you bashing me, I'm not gonna take that. I'll charge you for that, because that's not right. We were allowed to speak if we want. That's my right. So don't bash me like that and try to make me look bad, because that's not right either. If we want solutions, these are the solutions. And that's what I'm asking. Why is it such a big deal?
Thank you.
That's not simple.
Go on. Alan Wilson.
That's rude.
I want to take it easy. Anyway, back to the agenda, Mr. Mike Lee. The beautiful drawing you had up there, I support that idea too. It looks good. But my question would be, or concern, is what's going to happen to this actual place where we're starting the curling ring when we look at our youth population. I'm very glad to see John Henry here, Eddie Albert as councillors. Both of them are affiliated in minor hockey and our youth recreation in whatever way. And I'm glad that maybe they can support something like this, that this little, and not this little, this arena service we have here is of course not enough. I don't know what's wrong with the other arena. They say the roof leaks and some other maintenance, but I don't know. But then this maybe can be converted back to be used as a nice service. We have so many youth that want to skate and a lot of teenagers that skate and a lot of old people that skate. But eventually we are fighting for space. But I'd like to recommend that if it's still possible to convert this back to an ice surface area. And then another thing you mentioned there, Mike, just to acknowledge your idea there and support it too, is that geothermal heating. We did look at that a while ago with the other council, and I was actually part of the study. We went to Fisher River to look at their geothermal heating, and I personally seen some hydro bills that were cut in half from $500 to $250, which in the $250 includes the new furnace that they put into place and the new ductwork and everything else. And we brought it back to Norway House. I forget the guy's name, Sanderson, that was some kind of a consultant in housing for Norway House Cree Nation. He was there too, and we brought it back to Norway House for some reason. And I know a bit about, as they would call it, mathematics, how the cost savings was in place, and a CFO not to understand that, or for whatever reason he didn't want to support that idea to go with geothermal heating in Norway House, boggles me. I don't know why. And then I went further and studied a place in Ontario where geothermal heating is done in a complete school. But they're on rock. And I volunteered to try and put geothermal heating at my place because 8 feet down, I'm on rock. But would geothermal heating work on rock? Yes, it would. That's the way that school is made of in Ontario. But just a little on that, and definitely geo would work. Geothermal heating would work. Thank you.
Sorry, Alan, can I answer that, Mike? Just so we can. We did provide a little bit of information on the report, Alan. It has to do with the renewable energy that studies that were done. There was three studies actually, and then fourth ongoing. The two studies that were on solar as well as wind power. So they came back with recommendations. In order for either one to work, you'd have to have a fair size of a field, which is doable, but it's really hard to. And then in terms of the geothermal, when we built this, or when we renovate this, because of the new ice plant HVAC systems, and if you want to get into details, Eddie knows it all. Just kidding. He knows more about it anyway. But they had told us that you could take that heat that's being drawn out of the ice or whatever surface, and then you can blow it out and then use it as heat for other buildings. So they are doing a study to see using that ice plant to heat this building, the new buildings and the hotel. So that'll cut down hydro bills substantially for Norway House Band. The other thing that we talked about was if you add in a swimming pool into the system and a second rink, all three of those would work even better together because you can take the heat from the rink, put it into the pool, and heat the pool, and then vice versa. You take the cold from the pool and you put it into the heating system. So it's a lot more complicated than that, but that's kind of a simplified version of it. But the big goal, and this is my own personal goal, and I'm fighting hard to get it, is we should build our own turbine run off the river system so that we can have our own hydro. And right now, the study that was done, they've identified 3 locations that we can have a run off the river turbine that can generate our own hydro without interfering or blocking any of the water that's flowing through our river system. And that's going to take a lot of work because Manitoba Hydro is a monopoly and they don't like having anybody else make hydro other than them. But that to me is the solution for our energy needs is we build and make our own energy. Because if you think about it, this Nelson River that flows by here, it's generated billions and billions of dollars for the Manitoba economy, and it has done very little for the First Nations on Nelson River. So it's time we started taking a little bit more proactive approach and get some of that power that's flowing through in our backyards and utilize it for our own needs. So I think there's going to be some interesting discussions ongoing. I have been meeting with AMC on that matter about creating a First Nation power authority of Manitoba. Every province has one except Manitoba. So we are pushing that at the provincial level. So I think in the next 5-10 years, I think you're going to see some substantial growth in ownership of hydro.
Thank you, Chief. Last speaker that raised the hand is Janice, and we're going to shut down for questions because there's other announcement that's going to be forthcoming right after that, and we're losing our crowd, and I hate to lose a lot of people before you go, and then we'll get closing comments from the leadership as well too. So Janice?
Oh, I just wanted to get back. I didn't get to finish my question about the houses and the agreement with the province regarding the cutting that they were doing off number 6 on our territory, which this agreement came about. I mean, was there an agreement? Was there an agreement already? Was there a settlement or an agreement already in place regarding what you were talking about with the province, with the 500 houses, with the tree planting? And do you have copies of it?
There's a 2-year pilot project that was agreed to. So that's where we are right now. Does that answer your question?
Do you have copies of the agreement, or where can we get one?
I hate saying this word. One of the first words I ever heard was, I'll look into it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I don't have it on me, but I mean, quite frankly, you come call me tomorrow and.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is there an agreement
There is
that
an
was
agreement,
signed and settled, and can we get a copy of it?
Yeah.
So.
But like other agreements,
because
it's not a final agreement. So.
It's not a final agreement?
No, it's a negotiated agreement. So.
So you're still in negotiations?
It's a pilot project for 2 years, and if it's successful, then we will deal with another agreement. So.
Okay, so that's the tree planting and that's part
Well,
of
that
it?
one's all dependent on how well we can get people to do the work. Kind of like similar to behind you there, Virginia York. She runs Life Gardens Greenery, and she's dedicated to her job, so is Mr. Maxwell, and they've kept that program running quite well. What's missing for them is a store that'll take their products and put them on the shelf. Nobody wants to do that for them in Norway House. So, of course, we have our own store. Guess what? We'll put our own products on that store, in that store.
So that's a similar thing, like with the pilot project, that if it's successful, it'll...
Yeah, I mean, the better success we see, the more we can do. The federal government are also looking at funding about 450,000, I believe, towards that same initiative. In Manitoba, they don't have saplings, those little trees that we plant. And apparently they order like 2 million of those a year, but there's no industry in Manitoba. They have to buy from Saskatchewan.
In Prince Albert.
So we talked about, well, why can't First Nations create something like that? We have a lot of areas that we can plant and grow. So it's going to be an ongoing discussion, and the more successful we are at retaining the jobs and keeping the thing going, the better it'll become. So.
Okay, thank you. I mean,
Thank you, Janice. Okay, we're going to have closing comments, and we'll leave the chief for last for the other announcement that I believe that he's going to do. So I want to ask the council to come up and say their closing comments, please. I will start from this side now. Councillor Orville.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It was a good meeting. I very appreciative of all the questions that were asked and the responses that were given. Kind of disappointed with some arguing going on here, but you know, that's the nature of the beast, I guess. But you know, we have a lot of things we are moving on here with the Norway House Cree Nation. I'm very proud to be part of our team here. You know, it's unfortunate there's still an appeal going on, and like we cannot even get sworn in because of all this stuff. Still, I wish that thing would just go away. But I just want to say too, anybody who needs to talk, who didn't want to talk, anyone out there that needs to speak to me or any one of our council members, chief, our doors are open. You can come and speak to me. I am very approachable. I don't turn anyone down. My phone number, anyone wants to know it, 359-5661. You know, I answer my phone all the time. So just, you know, tomorrow when we have our public consultation meeting for the mining project, I hope it doesn't get too heated like it did today. Let's all be respectful and you know, there's no need to raise voices or anything like that. You just ask your questions and they will be responded back to respectfully. Okay, with that, thank you very much, and you know, God bless you all.
Thank you, Councillor Horwell. Councillor Dion?
Well, thank you again to everybody. It was a good day, good meeting. I was actually really looking forward to the meeting today and looking forward to having our first public meeting as the new chief and council. So again, this is something I hope we can continue to do on a regular basis, to sit with our people and to hear the concerns. And no offense taken at any way on questions that were asked to me. And you know, I'm really thankful for everyone that works for us, because it's every one of you that work for the band. You know, it's us as leaders. We have our roles. We go out there and we meet with government officials on higher levels and so on, bureaucrats, and trying to advocate and push for a lot of programming and a lot of funds for our community. And we've been very successful over this past several years, just going after government, meeting with them, going to them, pressuring them, letting them know what our people want, what our people need. But at the end of the day, there's the staff, the managers, the directors. They're the ones that are running the community. And you know, I want to say thank you to them that are always out there every day doing the work. Because you know, as leaders, we only do so much. But it's the staff, you know, they get the credit. They're the ones that held everything together when this Cree Nation should have fell many years ago. But they held things together. I heard the stories where they gathered pennies, they gathered loonies and toonies just to make sure they made money for payroll. You know, the credit goes to, a lot of credit goes to the staff. You guys held this place together. You made it work. And I want to say thank you to you. God bless you.
Thank you. Councillor John.
First public meeting for me as a councillor, and it's an eye-opening. Last time I went public meeting was 1984 baham. Yeah, that's my so I'm happy to see some people that showed up here. There's a lot going on in housing. I'm fairly new to housing, and we're trying hard in Eastland to eliminate homelessness. Right now, there's over 40. Right now, anyway, there's people living at former isolation trailers. As for housing there, we are looking at renovating the 24. But like Chief said, it's really it's in really bad shape, and we're looking at ways where the people living there can go somewhere. And right now, we have a plan. Hopefully, within the next 2 or 3 weeks, it'll come together. But we are going to do it. The other thing too, I just got a text from my wife. I didn't know Councillor Dion took a picture while I was eating a cake. She told me, "What the heck are you doing?" Like, yeah, I'm diabetic, eh? So I come here and I drink what are you doing? So I gotta watch my health too, and she's the one looking after me, because sometimes my sugar is about 20, 21. So I'm trying hard. I sit with people every day. My day doesn't end till 11 o'clock at night, almost every night. Weekends, same. I do a lot of home visits. I just don't, you know, a lot of our counselors here too, they go to homes, and I go to meetings in Winnipeg to talk about housing, look for more, you know, stuff. I meet with people from other communities, bands, and they do a lot of sharing, and that's what I'm going to bring back. But I'm glad counselors here, they all, you know, when I'm not here, they take notes, they take emails, stuff like that. So I'm really happy though, you know, that we work together as a team. That's what I always say. Every time I do an email to our fellow counselors, I always say, "Good morning, team," or "Good afternoon, team." That's how it's supposed to be, you know. And I'm looking forward for the next 4 years. I'm a very approachable, especially the youth. I go to the multiplex, or you know, it's. I'm happy to see the youth and vice versa. And I hope you have a good evening. And safe evening.
Councillor Dave.
Danse, nisa nanas komon no mana sagi pe mamo yaguta. Yatteskata magute nistan ge gono madate wanasta yaguta get kat niganiskaya. You know, we're working on things here. I know that I think back, I guess, as a young man growing up. I think back to my parents. I think back to how hard they worked. I think back to that they didn't rely on welfare, that they worked hard, they raised us as good humans, good citizens. And when I think about our youth, our young people, you know, those are the morals, those are the skills that we want to give them back, to be able to work, to be able to value education, to be able to value respect, to be able to value everything, that to be good human beings. And I think it's important that you know, there's a lot of talk here, that a lot of good things that can happen. You know, and there's a lot of questions that are coming. What about this? What about that? You know, sometimes we have to give back to the people we know how to do tagigegon. You know, it's not always people sitting up here or standing up here that are going to lead. Kistawagis out there, you're leaders as well, in your own right. And people need to know that as well. You know, one time I was asked, many years ago, my wife and I, we were asked about showing our young family at that time, you know, how do they show respect? And I said, you know what? It's what we do as parents. It's what we show our kids and how we bring them up. That's the important thing. And today I'm glad that when I see my sons lead a good life, that I think I did a good job. So I think that's important in making sure our youth see that, you know, because it's very important that whatever work that we do, that and that they take us a mana standing up here as leaders or campaigning when there's elections, we do it for the youth. We do it for the youth. And you know, as I believe in questioning, asking questions, but do it out of respect. You know, what I seen today, that wasn't a very good example of showing something on our youth, how to work on things, how to cooperate, or how to deal with things. If you want to ask questions, then yeah, you have the right. That way. So I think with that, thank you all for coming, and thank you to everybody else that's out there listening. We look forward to working with all of you, Gisto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dave. Councillor Edward? Actually, you said Edward.
It was a good meeting. Thank you all for coming, I would say. And ask one for all your questions. And those are important questions, and we'll certainly try and answer as much as we can, Isna from what we know. And we're speaking about the youth to ask those questions. Certainly, it's the year of technology. We can put on an app here. Those people out there can ask questions on the screen. It could happen. I think that program is Slido. Perhaps that's going to probably happen next time we meet. You know, maybe someone is afraid to ask that question. They can ask it kind of anonymously on the screen. You know, those questions, those are really good recommendations you guys have, and I respect that. And hopefully you come back to our next meeting, I guess tomorrow. But of course, we got to learn how to use that program there with that Slido program. But when we're talking about setting an example, it goes, you know, Isna, I'm always in favor of setting a good example to my children and the youth. Come out and support those activities that are happening even now. I think we got a hockey games this weekend. The junior Bs are playing Saturday and Sunday. We have volleyball zones for the girls. Come support the girls at the HBO Friday and Saturday. You know, that kind of support, I'd like to see the community to come in. Like just like you were doing right here. And I appreciate you being here, and I thank the fellow council members, Chief and Mike, for emceeing. And one more thing I guess I wanted to acknowledge is the bereaved families. You know, our prayers and thoughts are with the bereaved families.
Thank you, Councillor Ed. And as we started our meeting, I indicated that Councillor Anthony couldn't be here. His daughter is sick, very sick in Winnipeg, and I asked that people that are listening and hearing me say a prayer for her. That's my niece too. I want you guys to think about that family, my sister and her daughter. Okay, so I ask you guys, you in your prayers tonight, that you think of them. Okay, and I'm going to ask our chief to do his finishing, and I'm going to ask one of the elders here, if I can find an elder here. I'm going to get someone to say a closing prayer, okay?
Thank you, Mike. Askuman. Utaga gihtomegi pe tapmitto. Askumanegi isi yam yahanust. Mr. Hita pe ge gonis taganda gustigi. Nanaskumwa minadaga giskentigi ausime. But by the looks of it, it's going to be difficult to have an open general band meeting, not because we don't want to, but it's because of the amount of information that's been building up from 2+ years of not having one. So some of the other initiatives that we couldn't speak about today, or we didn't have time, are in the booklet there. I think there's the other one that's not on there is we have been doing some research on finding a new facility away from for 333 Maryland. So we have a very strong, I guess, opinion of another building that would actually meet our needs far better than Maryland would. So until we can get further information, I really can't say much more than that. But it is going to be a real opportunity for everything that Norway House needs in Winnipeg. I also wanted to say that the Winnipeg Resource Center, I don't, maybe not many hear about it or know about it, but Keith Olson manages the office there. But there's so many people that are living in Winnipeg or visiting Winnipeg that run into issues. So we've had Keith working there and helping many people there. So that's grown into a really busy location.
It's going to continue to grow. I mean, as we get larger, we have quite a number of people from Norway House that live there. And then, of course, we have the progress report on this facility. We are hoping to have the building started in by spring, early summer. And it's because the working drawings takes about 4 to 6 months to complete. But in this building, we have identified and what they refer to as an anchor tenant. You need a tenant in this kind of a facility to be able to charge or pay the rent to pay for the maintenance of this building. When I used to manage this facility, we had the VLTs upstairs, and so their rent paid for the repairs and upkeep of this building. But since they left, this thing's been left basically non-funded. But now we're in negotiations to have KSMA come into the facility and utilize this for their prevention programming. And then so that's something that we're very excited to see. And this space would then flip into a recreational facility. And I don't know if I've answered Alan's question, but Alan, the plan is to have a second rink as opposed to turning this back into an ice surface. There's been damage made on this area here. Certain areas that the material or the glucose, what do you call that, Ed? Something like that? The liquid that's in the lines has rotted. Yeah, kind of rotted the lines down here, so it really cost quite a bit to bring it up. So we're trying to divide it up into different sections. When we purchased the Traits building that's Frontier's using now, it came with a squash court, racquetball. Everybody knows that game, but I played it when I was in grade 9. I still want to play it, and I'm old. But so it's all age can play that sport. And then we have a gymnasium or a gym coming in. They'll have a mezzanine on a second floor to be able to put cardio equipment up there and what have you. Me and Eddie were talking about possibly putting in box seating into the rink. So there's going to be really good changes happening. But the important part was getting the resources and the monies to do it. I mean, Mike is quite modest. The amount that we're asking for it's a large amount, but the revenues generated from those amounts are actually monies that are above and beyond what we have right now. It's definitely a priority. So that's something that's going to come forward. But the interest rate on that loan it's about 3.5%, about 3.5%. So it's a really low interest rate. So that, and then road paving. I don't know if I mentioned that, but their province has agreed to pave from that 4-way to the airport. So they're going to repave that whole surface. And Norway House, as you know, we were doing repairs over the summer, last summer especially. And our intention was to put chip seal on that road because it is an affordable type of a surface. The province came along and said, "Don't do that. It's not advisable. It's not a good product." I said, "Oh, you know what? Pave it, and I won't do that." So we've been in negotiations now to pave that road, and so we're really pushing them hard to, instead of put chip seal, to pave it. So next summer there's going to be a lot of black material lying around on the road. Paving the health center, for example, would be another one. Paving those hockey rinks that are outdoors using pavement as opposed to cement. So there's going to be a lot more happening next summer for continued improvements for our infrastructure. So, and those trees I planted will be about a foot taller. Okay. What else was there? Oh, right. Christmas bonus, Christmas per capita, Christmas payout. We decided this year not to give it out, but I hope you guys will understand. We're going to give candy canes instead, 1 foot tall. No, we're a blessed nation, and what we're doing is blessing the people for the hard work, dedication, and the love they have for their people and their nation. So this Christmas we have we're able to pay out $200 per adult and $100 per child. So that we're announcing that early, so that apparently we've been giving it out too late and all the sales are down. So this year we're going to give it out early on November 29 of this month. So I'm sorry we couldn't get to Black Friday, but well, maybe next year. So that's all I have for today. There is quite a bit more things to talk about, obviously, but we are now coming out of this COVID era, and we will meet again more consistently. We do have an annual report that is a little bit, most of it's in here, but it'll be an expanded report to also share with the community for all the other projects or programs that are going on in this year. So thank you very much. May God bless you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief and Council, for your work, and we wish you well in your endeavors in terms to making Norway House awesome. I asked this young lady to say our closing prayer, and as not due respect to anybody, I just came to and asked her, and she said, "Really?" So I'm going to get the young lady to say our closing prayer, but I want to thank the presenters that came. Sam, I thank you for your comments and your contribution to this day's discussion. And I hope that, Dean, you stick around tomorrow for the mining stuff that's going to happen, and ask all those questions that you have. And feel free to express yourself tomorrow. And I ask that everybody that wants to come tomorrow to come and show your concerns, if you have any, regarding the potential mine that's going to be going up in our traditional area. And that presentation starts tomorrow, I believe, around 10 o'clock, I believe. I could be wrong on the time. Nobody here from that group that we had. 1 o'clock tomorrow? Okay, well, if it starts earlier, I'm going to ask somebody to make sure that they announce it on the radio, so you keep your ears to the radio in the morning. Okay, so Irene, if you can close our meeting with a prayer.
Just want to say thank you, Semantu, for this beautiful day, for giving us another day to see the beauty that is around us. I also want to say a prayer to the ones that couldn't make it here today. Say a prayer that you have a restful night tonight. I want to say a prayer to the women that prepared the feast today. God bless their hearts. I want to say a prayer to the little ones that were here today. And I want to acknowledge them in that way, because they're the ones that are going to be taking care of us later on in the future. I want to say thank you to the comments that were shared today, and I want to say thank you, say a prayer to the leadership. I want to ask that path be cleared for you, so that you can move forward with whatever initiatives that you have for our community, but also to implement the new initiatives to address whatever concerns that really need to be addressed in our community. I also want to say the prayers for the bereaved family and the families as well. I want to acknowledge the beautiful grandmothers and the elders that sat in the front there. I want to say a prayer for them, that they have a restful night. I want to say thank you to the men and women that came here. I want to say thank you to all the family members that came and supported one another and came and supported this meeting. It was a blessing to hear everybody's voice, and to hear the leaderships and the progress the transparency that was shared today. I want to say a prayer for everyone to have a restful night tonight, and every morning that is given to us, we have that one choice to make it better for ourselves, for that when that sun comes up. So I ask for that for everyone. I also ask for prayers for the ones, for everyone to lead a good life as well. That we work together and come together as a community and show our young ones how we can work together without fighting. and to cooperate and work cohesively so that we can build and see that community that we want to see in the future, so that we can live in a safe community as well, so that we can bring that back and become so that we can help one another again and not hold a grudge to one another. So that by when that sun comes up, we let go of whatever happened tonight and we move forward into a new and better day. I want to pray for the ones that are struggling with their addictions, the ones that really need that help. I ask for them to find it in their mind to change their mindset so that they can reach out for that help, so that they can go home and be with their kids, so that they can enjoy being kids and and finish school. I want to say a prayer to the parents who are struggling with their little ones, their young ones that are battling with addictions as well. I want to see them. I want to pray that they finish their school and go back to school so that they can have their own kids as well, or maybe even see their grandkids come into this world. I want to see them. I pray that they're able to guide their children and their grandchildren in a good way, so that by Nete in the future, when we all have white hair, that we're able to see these young kids live a prosperous life and that they're happy and they're safe. I also want to see that our community members feel safe again here. That's what I pray for my community. And even though I'm not here every day over there when I go to bed, I pray for everybody here, because I see and hear all the hurt and pain. I ask for that to be taken a little bit today. I also want to acknowledge the families who brought home their loved one today. I ask that Creator, Nukdawanan Creator, Great Spirit, to take that little bit of pain and to help them move forward a little bit for the days coming. And I also ask for everybody, I ask that everybody have a good rest of their evening, go home and relax, and enjoy their time with their families. We still.
Thank you. Have a good evening and a good rest, everybody. And thank you to the Chief and Council for letting me chair your meeting.